for the small town secrets murder trial. The defendant is Timothy Verrill. This guy's accused of stabbing 2 women to death back in 2017. His first case ended in a mistrial.
Yesterday, we were talking about when I first met you. Between you and your wife. Do you remember that?
Oh, God.
And that jail call that's been played for this jury was made the morning after you were hit by the police car, taken to Grady Hospital, transported to the Fulton County Jail on September 11, 2013. Do you remember that?
I remember.
All right. And during that jail call, that I played for you, I asked you in the car in front of your home with Investigator Martin what you were talking about at different parts of that approximately 12-minute jail call. Do you remember that?
I remember those days.
Do you remember when I got to the part that states something to...
That's not an evidence. We don't have any recording of anything in front of this.
Okay, I stand. Your Honor, the
Just rephrase.
okay. Do you remember on the recording, you stated they gave us a story to tell? Do you remember that?
Which recording you talking about for the record?
Mr. Williams, number 205.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm going to object as to
I don't ask.
question answer.
Well-
I'll rule the objection.
I already answered that, but I don't recall.
I heard you say you don't.
I don't recall, so.
And do you remember telling Investigator Martin and me that you were directing it to knowing that law enforcement officers wanted you to put Jeffrey Williams in this case?
I don't recall. I answered it already.
All right. Do you remember then, while we were sitting in the designated areas that we were in Investigator Martin's vehicle,
Objection again, Your Honor, as to fact finding evidence.
I'll sustain, I'll sustain as to form, just rephrase as to where the designated areas.
okay.
You could just rephrase that, please.
Yes, sir. Do you remember as you were in the back seat, I was in the front passenger seat, Investigator Martin was in the front driver's seat. Do you remember I wanted to play for you a second jail call?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object. If this is at the Kroger, it's not anywhere in this recording that we have, so I don't know what evidence he's referring to.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Finish your question.
Do you recall that in front of your home, in the car, Investigator Martin's vehicle, that I wanted to play for you a second jail recording but couldn't get it to play?
I don't remember the conversation.
Do you remember then the topic coming up, maybe we needed Wi-Fi for me to be able to play that recording, and then we were going to go to a nearby place in your area that would have Wi-Fi, and that's how we wound up at the Kroger. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
Do you remember leaving Investigator Martin's car and we followed you to the Kroger?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember at the Kroger, I again, and I'm confident it was me, but I again couldn't download or get that second jail call to play? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
And do you remember then at the Kroger that Investigator Martin and I, when it wouldn't play, I told you that I would try to get it to you if I could get it to play. Do you remember that? It being the second jail call. And you were interested in hearing it. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember then being asked permission to record a summary of what went on
Objection,
and what
Your
you
Honor,
said?
as to the summary, there's nothing that suggests this is a summary.
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember being asked whether a recording could be made at the Kroger about this topic?
I don't remember the conversation.
And that was introduced, and you heard Mr. Williams number 197. It's now Exhibit 197 at the Kroger. Do you remember hearing that? That conversation with your voice, Mr. Martin's voice, my voice?
Yeah, I heard you play something. I heard y'all play a lot of stuff.
All right. Now, that's in evidence. So I want to go back, and I'm going to need, with the court's permission, the state's permission, the Honorable Prosecutor Hilton, if you could help me, I think it's 176 of the state. I want to go, and we're going to discuss some of the statements that you made, but if you need to clarify anything and you need other statements or whatever, just let us know, or other recordings on the jail call or whatever. Do you remember the 17th day of, I believe it's a Tuesday, the 17th day of September 2013, being in the Fulton County Jail, being housed in the Fulton County Jail?
I don't remember.
Do you remember while in the Fulton County Jail, you didn't want to be there, you wanted, which makes sense, you wanted to have freedom and be home with your family and friends and work. Is that true?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember, you know who Detective Quinn is?
I don't remember, sir.
All right. Do you remember a gentleman who identified himself as Detective Quinn having you brought down from your area in population at the Fulton County Jail to the, what's called the Sally Port, but it doesn't matter. It's an area where vehicles are for police can get in and out of a secured area at the Fulton County Jail. Do you remember meeting Detective Quinn in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember Detective Quinn explaining to you that you and he are going to ride in his Taurus vehicle and him telling you where it is? Do you remember all that?
Your Honor,
You played it.
I'm going to object to the line of question, ask and answer. This formed the basis for the playing of the entire
I'll
case
sustain the
176.
objection.
When you met with Detective Quinn, he read you your Miranda rights, true?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object, ask and answer. He
I'll
played the tape.
rule that.
Go ahead. Do you know what Miranda rights are? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember being told that you have certain rights, like everybody, you did not have to speak with him? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, objection, ask and answer. Direct, on
I didn't ask it ever before.
Say again, I'm sorry?
I didn't ask that question ever before.
I'm gonna rule the objection.
All right, please.
Be seated, please. Okay, anything before you bring the jury back out, Mr. Beck?
Your Honor, just that I will have one other witness here in person, then a witness on Zoom will follow that.
Okay. Have you stipulated a witness by Zoom?
I have.
Okay, very good.
And also, Your Honor, may the record reflect that Mr. Kirkhoff has stipulated to the admission of People's Exhibits 6 through 21.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
6 through 21 are admitted, although we probably should we'll let the jury know that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, no. This is fine.
Mr. Beck, just looking at your witness list, is there a difference between Erica Shanice Atkinson and Erica Atkinson?
There is, they are mother and daughter.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
One is in person and the other is Zoom.
I see. Okay, thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Be seated, please. Mr. Beck, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Erica Atkinson.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, very good. Have a seat, please. Go ahead, Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and also spell it?
Erica Atkinson, that's Ericka,
ATKINSON.
Thank you. And Ms. Atkinson, do you also have a daughter by the same name?
I do.
Does she also have a middle name?
Yes, Shanice.
And how do you spell that?
SHANICE.
Thank you. Ms. Atkinson, I'd like to direct your attention back to the day of this incident on December 26th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
On that day, were you in the area of Canton Street?
I was.
Do you live in that area, or does your daughter? Could you please describe that for the jury?
My daughter lives in the area, and I'm often over there with her and my granddaughter. I stay the night at times. And
Do you recall what the address was where your daughter lived at?
43 Canton.
And I'm going to put a photo up here, which is People's Exhibit 5, that has already been admitted in this trial. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
On the right side of the screen, my daughter lives there, and on the left side, Mya lived there.
So you're saying on the right side of the screen,
Yes,
that would have been where your daughter lived?
correct.
And how about on the left side of the screen? Who lived there, if you know?
Mya,
Did you know Mya?
I did.
And how did you know her?
Like I said, I often went over there, and I played with her kids, with my granddaughter, and I spoke with her from time to time.
How many kids did Mya have?
2.
And at the time of her death, how old were they?
I believe her oldest was 4, and her youngest was 1.
Do you know who the father of those children is?
Yes,
And who is that?
Omar.
Do you know his last name?
No,
And do you know Omar well?
not well. Just passing by, hi and bye.
Is it fair to say you knew Mya more than you knew Omar?
Correct.
And you said you were present there on December 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Can you please describe what was going on that day before police responded to the scene?
It was pretty quiet, normal. I didn't have to work that day, so I was over there. I had to go get my hair done, so about 6 o'clock I left and went to go get my hair done.
Is that 6 o'clock a.m. or p.m.?
PM.
So you left to go get your hair done around 6 o'clock in the evening. Did you come back?
I did.
And at that time, what time was it when you came back?
I'm not really precise on the time, but it was like between 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock.
And so before you left to get your hair done, was there anything unusual that happened that day?
Not that I can recall.
And then you get back around, you say 9:30 or 10 o'clock, back to 43 Canton.
Correct.
And when you arrived at that time, was there anything unusual or out of the ordinary?
No.
And who else was at your daughter's place when you got there?
She had a friend there, and it was her and my granddaughter.
How old is your granddaughter? How old was she at that time?
6.
And who was the friend?
Some guy my daughter had over there. I don't really know her.
So then it was just you, your daughter's friend, and your granddaughter.
Correct.
So then what happens after you arrive back there around 9:30 or 10?
I go in the house and I sit in the living room, which is the 2 front windows, in a chair, and
You're saying the 2 front windows in
that's
this
the
photograph?
living room. Yes. Yeah, that's the living room.
And you're indicating these photos on the right side of the house.
Correct.
Who else was in the living room? Was it just you?
My daughter and her friend.
And how about your granddaughter? Where
She was upstairs in her room playing.
And at that time, did you hear anything unusual?
No,
Had you heard any arguments, anything that you remember at that time?
no, it was fairly quiet.
And you said that you've been at that house before at 43 Canton.
Correct.
Can you often hear what's going on next door? I mean, are the walls thin or not so much, or how would you describe that?
We could hear what was going on in each other's apartments because the walls are very thin.
But on that day, when you arrived back there, you didn't hear anything unusual.
No.
And what happened next?
I sat down in the chair, got settled in, I would say maybe 10 minutes. My stomach began to hurt and I felt like I was gonna get physically sick. And I wanted to tell my daughter, but I felt like if I got up or said anything that I would get sick. So I just sat in the chair. And once I put my head back, I just heard shots ring out.
How many shots did you hear?
3.
Where were they coming from?
I thought they were shooting in my daughter's house.
What makes you say that?
Because it was so close, like I could tell they were right outside of that window.
And you said you heard 3 shots?
Yeah.
And can you describe to the jury, were those shots, were they loud, were they not loud? How would you describe them?
They were loud, like I thought they were shooting in my daughter's house. And I just slumped down in a chair to try to get on the floor. My daughter friend laid down on the floor, and my daughter got on the floor and crawled up the steps to her baby.
At that time, did you see anyone outside?
No.
Were there blinds in that house, or
Yeah,
curtains, or what was there?
she had blinds and curtains, and they were closed.
They were closed.
It was night, so.
And you said you heard 3 shots. Can you describe to the jury, were they close together? Was there a break in time between the shots? Can you
It was
please describe
like
that?
pow, 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 right after one another.
Did it sound like it was from the same gun? Did they sound the same, or did they sound different?
To me, it sounded the same, like it was from one gun.
That it was from one gun?
Correct.
So after you got on the ground and your daughter's friend got on the ground and your daughter went up to check on your granddaughter, what happened next?
We were pretty much frozen. I called upstairs to my daughter to make sure they were okay. And I was afraid to open the door or look out the window, so I didn't. I would say maybe 40 seconds, 50 seconds passed maybe. And my daughter's friend went to the door. He said he wanted to check on his car to see if his windows were shot out. And when he opened the door, I went behind him. And I never looked next door at the door. I was really afraid to like step out. So I just kind of stood in the doorway. And then I noticed a car going by kind of slowly. It was a black car with tinted windows.
And did you notice anything else about that car?
Just, it was a man driving, that's all.
You said it was a black car?
Yeah.
Can you describe it in any more detail? Do you know what kind of car
It was like a 4-door. I don't know what kind of car it was.
And when you came out the door at that time, did you see anyone on foot?
No.
Did you see anyone walking in the area?
No, and I wasn't looking for it. I'm gonna be honest.
And did you see anyone running in the area?
No.
You just said you saw a black car, 4
Drive
doors.
by.
And do you have any information that vehicle was involved or related to this, or was it just driving by?
No, I don't have any information that it was involved. It was just, to me, just driving by.
You just remember it being there?
Yes.
Did you notice anything else unusual about that car?
Just it had dark tinted windows.
In which direction was it going?
If you look at the screen, it was traveling toward the vehicle in the driveway, toward Division, instead of toward Maya's house.
And I'm going to put up on here on the overhead at this time, and before I do that, Your Honor, may the record reflect that Mr. Kirchhoff has stipulated to People's Exhibits 6 through 21?
It shall. Mr. Kirkhoff did that when you weren't present, but he's agreed to the admission of Exhibit 6 through 21, and 1 through 5 have already been admitted into evidence. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Also, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Kirkhoff stipulates the People's Exhibit 24, which is a map of the addresses on Canton Street, and the people would move for its admission.
Any objection? No. 24 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Atkinson, I'm going to put up here on the overhead just a map of addresses from Canton Street. Can you see that okay? I know it's a little far away. And then there's also a poster board behind you, and that is the same photograph.
Okay.
So up here, where it says 43, and it's on Canton, is that where your daughter lived?
Correct.
And you said that you saw that black car going towards which street?
It was going toward Division. So if you pass 43, it'll go 39, 35, 31, 27 toward Division.
Okay, so what happens next? So you said that's the time that you open the door, you follow your daughter's friend kind of out, and then what else do you do at that time?
So at that time, my daughter comes downstairs, and I tell her to knock on the people's door to see if they're okay next door. And she looks over there and she says, "Mom, they got a bullet hole in the door."
And was that there before?
No. So I tell her to knock on the door, just reach around and knock on the door, because at that point she was afraid. And so I said, just reach around and knock on the door and see if anybody answered. And she said, "I hear the kids screaming." And at that time I got on the phone, I called 911. But in the process of calling 911, I felt like I needed to go over there and help them. So I told my daughter, I'm going to go over there. And I came out the house and the door was shut. I could hear the kids screaming. I tried to open the door. And at that time,
Was
I
the
couldn't.
door
It was shut.
closed at that time, or was it open?
It was shut, and it was shut. Her boyfriend, Omar, came to the door and said, "My girlfriend need help." And so I couldn't get in because he kind of opened it and cracked the door, like. So I pushed the door to go in to try to help them. And when I got in there, her eyes were dilated and she had blood coming out of her temple. And I checked her pulse and she didn't have a pulse. So he was frantic. He was standing in the living room with no shirt on and some jogging pants and some socks. And the kids were screaming and he kept saying, "Help my girlfriend, help her." And I told him I couldn't help her, that she was already gone. And so I told him that I would take the kids because the little boy was standing at the bottom of the steps looking at his mother. And the little girl was at the top of the steps screaming. So I didn't want to contaminate the scene by crossing over Mya, so I just told him to give me the kids, and he got the kids, gave them to me, and we went next door to my daughter's house.
And was Omar saying anything else to you at that time
He
besides
just-
help her?
He just kept saying, "Can we put her in your car and take her to the hospital?" And I was like, "We can't."
So then did you take the kids next door?
I did.
And do you know where Omar went at that time?
Well, he was afraid because he thought whoever had shot through the door was gonna come back, so he kept saying he gotta hide. And he was asking us if he could come over there, and I was like, no. So he went back in the house and shut the door and locked it.
So he never came inside 43 Canton?
No.
So he went back to 47? Is that right?
Yes.
So at any point in time before you heard those 3 shots, did you hear any argument between anyone?
No.
Did you hear any discussion outside between anyone?
No.
Did you hear any voices at all before the shots?
No.
Did your daughter have any video cameras, set up on the outside of her house?
No.
And do you know, or have you ever seen if there were video cameras at 47 Canton where Mya lived?
No.
So to your knowledge, there just aren't any?
No, ma'am.
And you said that you called the police. Did you stay on scene until police arrived?
I did.
And did you speak with them when they arrived?
I did.
Did your daughter stay as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Atkinson. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirkhoff, any questions for this witness?
You said that you had no information that this black car you saw going by was involved in the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You had no information that the black car wasn't involved in the shooting.
Correct.
So it could have been or it couldn't have been. There's just nothing that, all you did was see it drive by, right?
Correct.
Right after the shooting.
Correct.
You don't know if it was involved or not.
No.
No other question?
Anything else, Mr. Red?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Atkinson, it's not unusual for cars to drive up and down Canton Street. Is that correct?
No, it isn't.
I mean, it's an open street, right?
And it's pretty busy at times.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Yes. Next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people's next witness is Erica Shanice Atkinson, who is available on Zoom.
Okay, let's see if we can get that hooked up. Good morning, young lady. I'm Judge Quist. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're loud and clear as well. It's been stipulated that you can testify by Zoom in this matter, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to swear you in as a witness at this time. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Atkinson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Atkinson, my name is Bonnie Pravat. I'm one of the assistant prosecutors, and I'm just going to ask you some questions at this time, okay? And please just make sure to voice your answers just out loud so we can make sure that everything is being recorded, okay? Thank you. And can you please tell us your name and also spell it for the record?
My name is Erica Atkinson, ERICKA, ATKIN, S-O-N.
And what is your middle name?
Shanice, I'm sorry. SHANICE.
Thank you. Ms. Atkinson, back on December 26th of 2022, were you living in the Grand Rapids area?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you living at?
At 43 Keyante.
How long had you lived there?
For about 2.5 years.
Who did you live there with?
Myself and my daughter.
Did you know the neighbors at 47 Canton?
Yeah, I did know them because they were my neighbors.
And who lived there?
Mya, her children, and Omar.
And were you home on the day of this incident on December 26th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please describe for us what you remember happening before the police arrived that night?
Me, my mom, and my friend, we were sitting in my living room. While we were sitting there, we hear shots go off. We hear about 3 or 4 shots go off.
And you said how many did you hear?
About 3 or 4. I believe it was 3.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so after I hear the shots, I immediately get down on the ground. I look down because it seemed to be really close. Right after the shots, I thought about my daughter. I run upstairs. I go check on her. She was still asleep, and that's when I looked out the window. I seen a car riding past, and there was a truck up the street. I seen the truck. After I look out my window, and I go back downstairs, I open up my front door, I look outside, I don't see anyone. I look over at Maya's and them door, and I see a bullet hole in the door. And I immediately tell my mom, like, there's a bullet hole in the door. She's like, check on them. I get to knocking on their door, there was no answer. And so I got to knocking harder, and then I hear kids crying. And Omar answered me from upstairs. He asked, who was it? I told him that it was the neighbor, and I asked, was everything okay? And that's when he told me to call the police. So I just immediately called the police. Omar comes down to the door, asks, can we get the kids? We get the kids out the house, over to my house. He was hysterical and in shock at the time. He was just like really panicky, asking for help, asking to take her to the hospital. So we look in through their door, we see her on the ground, and that's when I immediately run back out, go to my house, try to explain to the police the best way I could what was happening, and I called one of her friends that I knew her and her family, so to be notified of it.
Okay, I'm going to take you back and just unpack that a little bit, okay? So when you said that you heard 3 to 4 shots, you said they sounded close, correct?
Correct.
And what do you mean by that? Where did it sound like they were coming from? Could you tell?
Outside. It was definitely coming from outside. It sounded like it was right in front of my window. Like they had to be right in front of my window. It was so loud.
Before you heard those shots, did you see anyone approach your house?
No, I didn't see anyone. We were watching TV, listening to music at the time, so I wasn't really looking outside my windows or anything like that. I just heard the shots go off.
And so you did not see anyone approach Maya's house, correct?
No, I didn't.
Before the shots went off, did you hear anything unusual? Like an argument, a discussion, anything?
No, there was no argument. There was no ruckus or anything like that next door, so.
And you said after the shots went off, at some point you looked out your window. Was that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And so was that after you had checked on your daughter?
Yeah.
So you did not look out the window immediately, is that correct?
No, I didn't.
So how much time would you say passed between the time you heard the shots and the time you looked out the window?
Not even 60 seconds. It's not even 60 seconds. Immediately after the shots went off, I dug down and I thought about my daughter. I run upstairs immediately and flipped on my light. She was still sleeping, and so I went straight to the window.
And so you said about 60 seconds after the shots went off, you looked out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Was that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the upstairs window, downstairs?
Upstairs.
And so immediately after the shots went off, you did not see anyone, correct?
No, no,
At any point in time, did you see anyone on foot in the area, walking or running?
no, ma'am.
You mentioned that after that 60 seconds had passed, and that you looked out the window, you saw a car pass by?
Yeah, it was a dark colored vehicle.
Do you remember anything else about it?
I just remember, there was one person in the car, clearly, it was the driver, and it just, what made me think about it was because he was riding really slow. They were riding really slow, and all you could see was the lights, from the dashboard of the car, and you could see the driver's chest area, and they were looking at our house, and they were driving really slow, but they were looking towards our house, and that's what I noticed.
And that was about a minute after the gunshots went off.
Yeah.
And did you ever see that person, the driver? Do you know who that was?
No, ma'am.
Did you see anything else unusual about that vehicle?
No, like I told the police that night, as the car was driving past, I did notice that the truck, it was a truck, I can't remember the color, or it was an SUV, it was an SUV up the street, and once that car turned left on, Ionia, I noticed that the truck backed up and followed behind the car.
And do you know if they were related to each other in any way?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
So you just don't know anything else about those vehicles?
Yeah,
And was the street open to the public at that time?
yes,
And was it normal for cars to drive up and down Canton?
yeah.
Did you notice anything about the driver? You said a truck. What do you mean by truck? What type of truck?
Like a SUV truck.
And did you see the driver or anything like that?
No,
And so you just have no idea who was driving those cars or what they were doing?
no, ma'am.
You said that you heard 3 to 4 shots, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury, were those shots close in time? Were they spread out? Can you please describe that to the best of your memory?
They were one right after the other, one right after another. It was about three or four shots that I can remember. It was 3, but they were right after each other. Like, it was right after each other. 3 of them. That was it.
Did they sound different, or did they sound like they were from the same gun, or what?
Yeah, it sounded like it was from the same gun. It didn't sound like it was multiple guns or anything.
Ms. Atkinson, did you note any damage to your house or in front of your house?
Like some things that I had on my porch were hit. You could tell like bullets went through them, like my shovel and things like that on my balcony. But that was it, I believe, that I can remember. I don't think anything else was damaged.
Okay. And then, just to be clear, before or after the shots, you did not see anyone on foot, either walking or running in the area?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, and you're here testifying on Zoom today. Do you not live out of state?
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with this incident?
Somewhat. I did have a few people come to my house and like tell me that they were looking for Omar, they were looking for people, and that my house was gonna get shot up and things like that. So I mean, I've been playing the role with that kind of rush on things.
I just put a rush on it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Atkinson. I have no other questions right now.
All right, Mr. Krukoff, do you have any questions for Ms. Atkinson?
After this incident, there were people looking for Omar?
Yes,
your house?
that's what I was told, I'm not sure.
I have no other questions.
Anything else, Ms. Brevett?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Atkinson, thank you very much for appearing today. We're all set with your testimony. Your excuses are witness, all right?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good day. All right, next witness, please.
There are the people called Jennifer Stradilak.
All right, good morning. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. Have a seat, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get situated, could you state and spell your first and last names, please?
Jennifer Stradilak, Jennifer, Stradilak, Stratelak.
And can you tell the jury your occupation, please?
I'm a crime scene technician with Grand Rapids Police Department
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
since 2016.
Is there training, extensive training associated with that occupation?
Yes, there is.
And you've successfully completed all of that training to do this job?
Yes, I did.
And how long have you worked for Grand Rapids? That entire time?
Yes, and then an internship a year before,
Where was that?
also at Grand Rapids Police Department.
Okay. Could you, for those that might not have ever seen crime dramas on TV, and it's probably not accurate, can you briefly describe to the jury what a crime scene technician's role is at an incident?
So I respond to crime scenes where I document, collect, and preserve evidence.
Direct your attention back to December 26th of 2022. Did you get dispatched to locations similar to the way a law enforcement officer would?
Yes, I do.
Were you dispatched to the area of 47 Canton Street?
Yes, I was.
And that is in the city of Grand Rapids, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall on that evening what time approximately you would have received that dispatch call?
Shortly after 10 p.m.
And did you head to that location immediately?
Yes, I did.
Describe, if you would, what was going on at the scene upon your arrival.
Once I arrived on scene, I got briefed by officers, and then I searched for evidence, talked to the detectives, and then I started processing the scene, is what we call it, so photographing, marking evidence, photographing some more. It was pretty snowy, so we had to search for evidence and use different things to be able to search for that evidence.
Was it snowing that at the time when you arrived, or had it snowed?
It had snowed.
Describe there's like a pristine area of snow, and then there's a tracked up area of snow. How would you describe the snow in front of the building that contains 47 and 43 Canton?
There was a lot of disturbance in the snow.
As part of your role as a crime scene technician, if you saw clear, distinct tracks leading to or from the house, would you have taken note of that?
Yes, I would have.
What would you have done with that?
I would have photographed it, and then I would have used a scale to be able to show the footwear impression in the snow.
And so photographing that, taking a measurement so that it would have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
So you didn't observe any identifiable tracks that were distinct leading to or from the residence?
That's correct.
So I want to take you through your activities that night as a crime scene technician. And I'll start with did you process the threshold, the landing leading up to the front door of 47 Canton?
Yes, I photographed it.
Photographed it, and beyond that, what did you do What did you observe? And if you did see anything of evidentiary value, I'd like you to outline that for the jury.
We noticed when we were searching that there were some defects in the wall and the door, and we marked those with triangles and scales.
When you say defect, how would you characterize that in layman's terms?
Just a marking. It could be a possible bullet hole. It could be just something that we describe as something off.
All right, I'm showing Exhibit 14 on the screen. Here, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the front of the residence.
And with the laser pointer, that you have there, if you can show the jury what you said, marking the scene. Is there an example of a marking?
Yep, so right here you can see that little triangle, it's yellow, so we put that on, my partner and I.
Okay, so that triangle that you had on the door to 47 Canton, the left door in Exhibit 14,
Yes,
that's an evidence marker?
it's a triangle, yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you next is a close-up of that image. Exhibit 7. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That is a close-up of that triangle A of the door.
And you describe that as a defect?
Yeah, it's a perforation, so it actually goes through the door.
If it does, let's say that is a bullet impact. If it doesn't go all the way through, it's not called a perforation. What would it be called?
Penetration,
So perforation means all the way through.
yes.
Okay. So on the other side of the door, there would be a corresponding exit to the door.
That's correct.
Showing Exhibit 18. I don't know if there's a way to zoom. Get back on the bottom. Yeah. And stop it there. So you have the peephole in the center there of Exhibit 18. What is that marking over to the left of that?
So this is a scale right here that I put on, and it says A exit.
So on the other side of that would be A entrance, or the yellow triangle?
Yep, yes.
How did you determine whether the bullet went from outside in or inside out?
We used a probe, and we also were able to determine it based on what the interior and the exterior looked like.
So what did this appear to you? Was the bullet fired from inside out or outside in?
Outside to inside,
And is that a metal door?
yes.
So going back to the front again, I want to talk. So how many letter markings do you have?
We had one triangle and we had a few scales.
So now I'm
I'm sorry, we had two triangles and a couple of scales.
I'm going to move to marker or triangle B. Showing you Exhibit 8. What are we looking at here?
So we're looking at that front porch again, and then we're looking at this blue shovel with that triangle B right here.
And that's actually in front of 43 Canton store, correct? To the right of it?
That's correct.
Is that a perforation through the shovels?
Yes, that's correct. It's a perforation. It goes through.
Was there any defect in the brick wall behind it?
There was a possible defect though. It hits another shovel that's that's behind it, and then a defect to the wall.
Did you find a projectile behind there?
We did not.
Same question as it relates to triangle A through the house. Was there a projectile? Was there any projectile recovered from inside the house?
No.
Was there any through the perforation of triangle A through the door? Was there any corresponding defect on any of the walls inside the residence, 47 Canton?
No, there was not.
Did you find any projectiles at all during your search and processing of the scene?
No, we did not.
Now I'm going to move to C. Showing you Exhibit 9. We talk about C and D. Can you show the jury where C and D are in terms of markings?
Yes, we have a scale right here, which is C, and then we have a scale right here on that door frame, and that's scale D.
So for the record, on Exhibit 9, you indicated scale C was on the metal threshold at the base of the door,
In the wood, yes,
near the center of the base of the door.
yes,
And then sticker D, you had indicated in the door, basically the door jamb slightly below the door handle.
yes.
Okay. Any projectiles, were those perforations or penetrations?
This one right here, that's D, was a perforation, and then this right here was a defect.
A defect?
Yes.
Okay. Any projectiles recovered from either of those locations?
No.
You said a perforation for marker or for sticker D. Is there a corresponding exit through the wall or through the door?
Yes, there is.
And was there a search inside the house for a logical end of the trajectory of that, if it was a projectile?
Yes. Yes, we did search.
Did you find anything?
We did not.
And for sticker C, a penetration into the metal or into the wood?
It was a defect?
A defect.
Yes, defect.
So can you say with do you know, based on your crime scene processing, when any of those defects were made?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there any way to determine when those defects were made?
Wait, no. We can kind of look if they're older or younger, but we can't say an actual timestamp on when those are made.
Okay. And can we zoom in on, or we have another photo of C. Okay, and this is on the threshold at the base of the door, correct?
Correct.
And using the laser pointer, there seems to be like a metallic object in the wood near
Referring to this?
that area right there at the center top third of Exhibit 10.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if that had the appearance of a bullet fragment or?
It potentially looks like it from here, but once we searched it, what's not.
Okay. And you don't know when that defect was made?
No, I do not.
You just processed it as potential evidence?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Can we show a close-up of sticker D? And show the jury what we're looking at here.
Okay. This is scale D right here, and then we can see this perforation, so it goes through. This is from the outside, or this is the exterior of that door frame.
And there is a corresponding interior defect?
Yeah, exit, yes.
Okay. For the perforations, are there probe rods that you would employ as a crime scene technician to show the path through the object?
Yes, we insert probes if we're able to in perforations.
Were those done in this case?
Yes.
So starting with perforation triangle A. Show the jury what we're looking at here.
This is again that perforation from the door, triangle A, you can see, and this is a probe, what we call a probe that I have inserted.
And what's the purpose of that?
To show a possible path of the bullet.
It's difficult to tell in this photograph, so I'll use this as the door. that triangle A is on. And you can use my pen. So if this is the door, can you show the jury the orientation of that probe? And by orientation, I mean, is it upward, downward, is it horizontal, and then is it square, or does it orient left or right? Does that make sense?
Yes. So for A, if you can see right there, it is slightly like this. So it's pointing in a southeast, which would be over here, to northwest direction.
Fairly parallel to the ground?
Yes, slightly up.
Which end was slightly up?
Going up. It was slightly, so it was going in an upward direction.
Okay,
But
and then...
from southeast to northwest.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I guess while I'm standing here, if we could bring up the exhibit for the probe on perforation D. And same door, same probe, same question.
Okay.
Ms. Stradlock.
Okay, so scale D, which is on that door frame right there, you can see, again, it's going to be that southeast to northwest direction, as you can kind of see. It's actually going to go downward a little bit.
You saw that? All right. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here. Also, I'm going to publish Exhibit 13. Was a crime scene sketch done in relation to this case?
Yes, it was.
So 13 is both published, we can maybe zoom out, published on the wall and also on the physical image behind the witness stand. Can you walk the jury through this crime scene sketch?
Yes, I can. So this is a sketch or diagram that my partner completed based on the rough sketch of the scene. You can see his initials here, the north arrow, the legend. So you can see right here, 1 through 3, or actually right here, it says casings. And then we see marker 4, which is right here, it's marker 4. And then we have these triangles right here, which we have put right here.
Okay. Let's talk about casings. Okay. Did you search for shell casings?
Yes, my partner and I did.
Okay. How thoroughly did you search for shell casings?
Very thoroughly.
Tell the jury where you searched and if you found any, where you found those.
We searched the porch, the front porch, the sidewalk that was snow covered, the front lawn that was snow covered, the roadway in front. We used metal detectors and lights to be able to try and find these casings.
Why did you have to use metal detectors?
Sometimes when casings come out of guns, they're pretty hot, and if they go on snow, it can actually melt. So we're not able to see it on top of the snow. Sometimes it's all the way at the bottom or it's in the snow somewhere. So we need a metal detector to aid in our search.
And were shell casings found in this case?
Yes, we did locate them.
And where were they located?
They were just south of that sidewalk in front of the porch.
All right. And on Exhibit 13 here, does that show the location of the 3 shell casings that were found?
Yes, it does, right here.
So in the center and with square markers 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, that's
square
correct.
markers on, as they are on the exhibit.
Yes.
In at the scene, what do the markers look like?
The little tent cards that we use.
So showing. You can zoom in on the snow in front. When you talked about the snow being tracked up, is that an accurate portrayal of the snow?
Yes.
And the 3, they look like cones in the bottom right?
Yep, so in this case we use yellow cones as our markers.
So let me ask you this. You processed and identified 4 defects.
Yes,
You found 3 shell casings.
that's correct.
How thoroughly did you look
We look-
for other shell casings?
We look pretty hard. for those.
And you only found 3 in the entire scene?
Yes.
I think there's another image of a shelf of the cones. Exhibit 15 is on the board here, and it appears, are we looking east toward Division there?
Yes, we are.
And markers 1, 2, and 3 are visible in this image?
Yes, right here.
Is there any relevance to the numbering? Can you tell from the crime scene which one was deposited first?
No, we cannot.
So as you see them, you mark them?
Yes.
Sidebar, Counsel. Go ahead, Mr. Faber.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stradley, we're talking about shell casings.
Yes, casings.
For the non-firearm savvy jurors or people in the court, without going into too technical a detail, are you, based on your training and experience, are you familiar with the components of a bullet?
Yes.
What about the mechanism, the firing process, which would deposit a shell casing at a scene?
Yes.
Okay. What is a shell casing?
A casing is what's left behind after a bullet goes out of a gun.
And do all pistols eject shell casings?
No.
Do you know the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic?
Yes, I do.
Do revolvers automatically eject the brass shell casing?
No, they did not.
How would one remove shell casings from a revolver?
They would have to manually take the cylinder out and then take the casings out of it, or cartridges that are still left behind.
And how are shell casings ejected from a semi-automatic pistol?
Once it's gone, it automatically cycles, and the casing actually gets ejected out of the gun.
And that happens automatically?
Yes, it does.
So that's the portion of the bullet, that's the portion of the entire projectile minus the bullet that travels through the barrel?
Yes.
I'm going to publish an exhibit that is graphic. So again, for the sake of the people in the court, if you do not wish to see the victim in this case, you can leave the courtroom at this time. Showing exhibit 17. There's a marker, a Cohen marker for our piece of evidence number 4. What does that Cohen represent?
A cell phone.
A cell phone that was next to the deceased?
Yes.
Was that taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Were there any other evidence markers or any other pieces of evidence taken from inside the residence?
Yes, there was.
Describe what those were.
We had a couple of cell phones the detectives located and asked to be photographed, documented, and collected. Also a tablet that we located and documented and collected.
So those electronic devices, were those taken because they had apparent evidentiary value, or the detectives told you to take those?
The detectives asked, and so we collected them.
Did you find any weapons, any ammunition, any shell casings, anything firearm related inside the residence?
I did not.
Did anybody else to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Is there any signs of a weapon being fired indoors?
No.
As it relates to the shell casings, in the record, it's like I'm showing defense counsel, supposed exhibit 16 might have already been admitted.
Exhibit 16 it has been admitted.
Okay. Mr. Adler, can you open up the envelope, exhibit 16? And what is contained in that envelope?
Let's see. The three FC 9mm Luger casings that located at markers 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. And so they're each in an individual smaller envelope?
Yes, they are. They show the jury.
I'll get to that in a second. What caliber are all three of those shell casings?
9mm.
9mm?
9mm, yes.
And where would that be indicated on the shell casing?
It's on the head stamp of the casing.
And could you just pick one of the three and take it out of the envelope? I don't want to get them mixed up. And then if you could, since you have your glove on, if you could maybe walk in front of the jury slowly so that they can see this head stamp marking on the back of the shell casing.
Any objection, Mr. Kirkland?
No.
Go ahead.
Here.
And just for the record, can you read all of the information that's on the back of that round?
Yep, the head stamp says FC 9mm Luger.
And so 9mm Luger would be the caliber?
Yes.
And FC, what is that?
Possibly a brand,
Federal cartridge, perhaps?
perhaps.
Did you do anything in terms of latent print processing to see if there were any identifiable fingerprints on the shell casings?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I process them with super glue fuming, and then it becomes super glue when it's mixed in with water and it has and it's heated. It actually becomes a vapor. It can stick to fingerprints on surfaces. And that's the process I used.
And you've been trained and successfully passed all the training for latent print processing?
Yes.
And you used all of those procedures in this case?
Yes.
Did you find any fingerprint impressions that would have been useful for processing?
It was negative for the imprints.
How common would it be to get fingerprints off of a fired shell casing?
Not very common.
Why is that?
For many reasons. I'm not a firearm examiner, so I don't want to say.
Fair enough. Was there any did you do any fingerprinting, or did another crime scene technician do any fingerprint processing of the door?
I believe my partner did.
Do you know the results of that?
No, I do not.
much, Mr. I've got no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Faber. Mr. Kirkhoff, any questions?
Just a few, the bullet hole that was found in the shovel that shovel was situated in front of 23 Keyante, correct?
Correct.
And that was
I'm sorry, did you say
different-
23?
I'm sorry, 43, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, 43 is correct, not
Yes.
23.
And it was, that's in a different direction than the other 3 holes that were found, correct?
Possibly we weren't able to put a probe through it.
Now, your report from that date states that you collected GSR on the hands of Omar Dana on that date. Do you remember that?
I do.
What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
No further questions.
Anything else for this witness, Mr. Faber?
In relation to gunshot residue, whose direction was it to take gunshot residue off of Omar Dana?
It was at the request of MCT detectives.
Is that common in shooting scenes?
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Anything else for this witness, Mr. Kirkhoff?
No, you're not.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to put these away.
What?
I'm going to put these away, or?
Just talk to the prosecutor, nothing else for the evidence.
Oh, if you could please put them on back. Thank you very much.
Can we have one more short witness before our new break?
I believe so.
All right, let's do that.
The people call Officer Darian Adams.
Yeah, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. Have a seat here, please. Go ahead, Mitch. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and also spell it?
My name is Darian Adams, D-A-R-I-A-N-A-D-A-M-S.
Thank you. How are you currently employed?
By the Grand Rapids Police Department as a police officer.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
2 years now.
What was your assignment back on the day of this incident on December 26th of 2022?
I was given the assignment of canvassing the north side of Canton.
And so were you dispatched to the scene at 47 Canton Street?
Yeah, it came out as a shots fired, so everyone kind of in that service area started heading that way.
Did a lot of officers respond that night?
Yes.
And what was your primary role on scene that day?
Just to canvass the north side of that street.
And that would have been the north side of Canton?
Yes,
Were there other officers involved in the canvass of other areas?
correct.
Did other officers canvass the area of Ionia Avenue Southwest?
I do not recall.
Did other officers canvass businesses in that area?
I can only speak to what I did.
And you were mainly involved in the canvass of the north side of Canton Street?
Correct.
Did you speak to a lot of the residents on Canton Street?
I spoke to some residents, and then I know that there were a few houses that didn't answer.
And did any of the residents on Canton Street have exterior video surveillance?
Yes, I recall that 2 of the addresses that I spoke with had surveillance.
And are you familiar with the layout of Canton Street and the general addresses in that area?
Yeah.
Could you please, is the laser pointer still up there? I think, yeah, standing right there. You just push the button and aim it up there. Could you indicate for the jury which 2 houses that you just identified had some video surveillance?
So 31 and then 23.
Did you watch that video surveillance?
In my report, I wrote that 31 had a Ring camera, but it didn't capture anything of note.
So 31 did not have any exterior video surveillance related to this case?
Correct. And
How
then
about 23, Canton?
23 did, and I did review that footage.
And so you had a chance to watch it?
Yes.
And then is that something that you would personally collect, that video, or is that something that detectives would follow up on?
The detectives would follow up on it.
But you made a note that you watched it and you reported?
Yes.
And did you actually speak with a resident at that location?
The residents at that location spoke fluent Spanish, so another officer was the one that actually spoke with them.
Was that Roberto Augustin? Is that the resident there, if you recall?
Yes.
And how about 20 Canton? Do you see that on here?
I do.
Can you indicate that for the jury with the laser pointer? Was there any video surveillance at that location?
I was not involved in any of the canvassing on the south side of the street.
And so then did you find any other noteworthy video surveillance during your canvass on Canton?
No, the only one of note was what I witnessed at 23 Canton.
23 Canton. Did you have any additional involvement in this investigation?
We just remained on scene as scene security for the perimeter position on the east side of Canton.
And so you did not collect any evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the video that you watched at 23 Canton, when you observed that video, was the timestamp that was visible on that video, was that accurate?
It was not.
Can you please describe that?
So while I was looking at the video footage, I was trying to relate it to the time frame that we know the incident occurred. The camera footage that I was looking at had a timestamp of 0300 hours, and the time frame that we were looking at was 2150.
And did the resident there confirm that the timestamp on there was not the accurate time?
They did.
Thank you, Officer Adams. I have no further questions.
Anything for this witness, Mr. Kirkhoff?
No question.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's nearly 11:45. This will be your lunch break. I'll let you back here promptly at 1 o'clock. We're going to try to keep plugging away right at 1 p.m., okay? Thank you. All rise for the next jury. Okay, be seated, please. Okay, counsel, we're making pretty good progress here. Got 6 witnesses down already, which is good. So, pretty confident we can fit in the other 8 that are scheduled for the day today. There shouldn't be any problem with that. Is that right, Ms. Burnett?
I would agree.
Okay. And I don't know if we want to try to take anyone's schedule for tomorrow today. We don't have to rush it too much, as long as we, like I said, as long as we get done, like, evidence is over Thursday morning, closed Thursday afternoon, I'm happy with that. So I don't necessarily need to have you drag more witnesses in here. I just want to make sure we fill up the time well. So if you think we're on schedule and we can get everything done in the appropriate time, I'm fine with that, even if we have to adjourn a little bit early, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, we do already plan on bringing one that was scheduled for tomorrow and today, but I believe we're still on track for Thursday.
Okay, very good. Anything else, Mr. Kirkhoff, before we go off the record for a lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good, thank you. See you guys at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You lock the doors, right?
Stacy will.
Okay. The boss.
The boss.
I'm going off the record.
Yes.
That is yours too. Ruiz is still up. Yeah.
A jury found Jose Ruiz guilty in the death of 5-year-old Mercedes Lozoya. Lozoya beaten to death back in February of 2022 by Ruiz and allegedly her mother. Erica Hernandez has been following this trial since it began last week. She's joining us live from the Justice Center. Erica, a quick verdict from that jury today. They deliberated for about 45 minutes. Was he found guilty on all counts, and did he give any kind of reaction in the courtroom?
Yeah, Steve, there was no reaction from Ruiz. As those verdicts were read, it was 8 counts, guilty on all counts, 7 counts of injury to a child and 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Now, before those verdicts were read, the jury went out for deliberations. Each side was given one last time to make their case. The defense saying that Ruiz wasn't the cause of Mercedes' death, and they put the blame on her mother, Katrina Mendoza, CPS and SAPD. But the state saying they weren't on trial, and Ruiz was. They told the jury there was more than enough evidence to prove Ruiz was guilty.
In making that little girl's life hell the last 2 weeks. And we ask, just like defense said, let's vindicate her. Please find Jose Ruiz guilty of all counts.
So next up is the punishment phase. Ruiz is facing up to life in prison. That punishment phase already underway. The state has put up 3 witnesses, one of them Mercedes' great-grandmother, who now has adopted Mercedes' older sister. Now, as far as when those deliberations for sentencing, that could take place this evening or tomorrow morning. Make sure to stay with KSAT 12 as we update you on that. And we're also live streaming this trial. You can watch on KSAT.com, KSAT Plus, and KSAT's YouTube channel. Live at the Keyante Newbern Justice Center, Erica Hernandez, KSAT 12 News.
trial progresses. Still with us, Corey Pequis, he's in studio.
Well, stylistically, I think he's doing okay, but he needs to take his eyes off the notes and the lectern and speak a little more extemporaneously. Otherwise, it sounds like a scripted monologue, and he has to keep referring back to his notes to refresh his lines, you know? But having said that, he is, in my opinion, effectively establishing what I affectionately call the Saudi defense. In other words, some other dude did it, or third-party culpability. They found unknown donor DNA on the ceiling in that property. And that is significant because it suggests that there is an unknown assailant, if you will. And then second, if you really think about it, Ted, and I don't know if Corey would agree, whoever did this would have to have superhuman, Herculean, Titanic strength to take on two victims like this, because you would think that these two victims would give their assailant or assailants a run for their money, that there would be injuries, defensive wounds to him or to whoever the assailants were. And so far, I'm not hearing any evidence of that. And you never know, there may be photos that are coming in later. But so far, he's laying out the roadmap, and I think the jury has some stuff to hang their hat on for now. One other point I'd like to make, I find it really unprofessional for prosecutors to tell the jury what the defense is going to argue in their opening. I don't think it's fair for them to take the wind out of the defense sails before they've even had a chance to get up and tell the jury what their theme is. I just don't like that style.
Yeah, it's legal and some would say smart to take advantage of that opportunity to head it off. Corey, do you agree with, we were actually talking about it a little bit while we were watching that. Do you agree with Philip that this would be tough to pull off? The prosecution did address it in the opening, saying that one of the victims was killed while she was asleep, likely because they're concerned about the same thing.
Right, and remember, they also, the prosecutor said, I think Christine had defense wounds. Never said that the defendant had any defense wounds. And now you see the defense attorney, Philip is alluding to that also. So we'll see. This is getting pretty interesting. I'm excited to see this whole closing. And I definitely agree with Philip, like these prosecutors and defense attorneys get paid big bucks. Know the script, please. We don't want to see you just reading off the piece of paper.
Yeah, know the script. I like it. All right, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to get a break here as we approach the top of the hour. When we come back, we're going to have more of the opening statements from the defense in the double murder trial for Timothy Verrill. Is this a case where he's going to have to take the stand? Plus, also ahead, Court TV's Kelly Craft going to join us live as deliberations are about to begin in the jealous ex-trooper murder trial for Daniel Howard. Stick around. This is Court TV, your front row, seat to justice.
Money matters, whether you're counting pennies or counting calories, making plans to retire or just relax. From the stock market to the job market to the farmer's market. This is business news for all of us.
Welcome to Main and Wall. Our goal is to take you to Main Street
and Wall Street, diving into how the big money stories of the day impact you at home.
Main and Wall, weekday afternoons at 4, 3 Central, only on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Jesse Palmer.
Remember, and I know you haven't been watching.
I know, but TV's expensive.
Well, now you can watch me live sports and news free. No contracts or fees.
But Jesse, how?
Tablo. Pay once and watch happily ever after. And you can record too.
This sounds like a dream.
Tablo. Learn more at tablotv.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
Ion Plus is your home for adventure.
Rex, go!
Mystery.
Fascinating.
And thrill.
Woo! Just keep peeking ear out. Let's see if we pick anything up.
What's with the dog?
He's with me.
You're not supposed to root for the criminals.
That's what I do. No crime is unsolvable. Some simply take longer than others.
You'll always find more. on Ion Plus.
It was the case that started America's true crime obsession.
My office filed murder charges against O.J. Simpson.
A fallen star, a dream team of lawyers, and all the dramatic courtroom moments that have become legendary.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Relive the trial that had the world watching.
And made court TV a legend.
The trial of O.J. Simpson. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV Legendary Trials.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man?
I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
Are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you, and 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
Be the hero. Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need now.
Top there, welcome back to Court TV Live. Opening statements underway in the retrial for a New Hampshire man accused of murdering 2 women. Prosecutors say that Timothy Verrill stabbed Jenna Pellegrini and Christine Sullivan to death in 2017 and then tried to hide their bodies under a porch and covered them with a tarp. Of course, that didn't work. Verrill's first trial was marred by discovery violations by the state police, so it resulted in a mistrial. The prosecution had to disclose in the 2019 trial that it had failed to turn over potentially exculpatory evidence to Verrill's legal team, and it was evidence that was favorable to him, the defendant. So here we go, we have a second crack at it for the defendant. We'll get you back to New Hampshire in just a minute. Also in Idaho, any moment now, we're going to start up the deliberations clock in the jealous ex-trooper murder trial for Daniel Howard. He's accused of murdering his wife, Kendi, back in February of 2021. The defense wrapped up its case yesterday, and then the jury heard closing arguments. They went home for the night. They're returning any minute now, and at that point, they will begin that deliberation process. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft in studio with us. And Kelly, this is a case that our viewers have been watching very intently. And here we go, getting into deliberations, and we'll have that clock up as soon as they begin.
Yeah, and so things are just getting going there in Idaho. Obviously, a time difference between our studios here and that in Idaho. So at any moment, those deliberations will begin in this case, and we will have up that verdict watch clock. So did the ex-Idaho State Police officer murder his wife? Or did she commit suicide? We will see what jurors end up deciding in this case. Prosecutors say that Howard killed his wife to avoid splitting an estimated $2 million in combined assets amid an impending divorce. Closing arguments took place yesterday, and here are some highlights from those closing arguments.
Dan Howard was capable of making this murder look like suicide at first glance. The more you look at this evidence, the more it leads you to the truth. And the state showed you this was not suicide because a dead person cannot shoot themselves in the mouth.
No one can stand here and tell you
what she was thinking or what was going on in her head. When it's all said and done, there is no theory. It doesn't fit the science. It doesn't fit the science. It does not fit the facts. When you separate out the emotions and look at the evidence, the state has not been burdened.
It was really, Ted, a long day in court yesterday, and we were actually thinking that we were going to be on verdict watch last night, but then the jurors ended up going home, and they're set to begin deliberating any moment.
Howard had been out on bond, but he had a little trip to the airport that got him in trouble.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Ted, and this is just the craziest thing, and no one really can figure out exactly what was trying to happen in this situation. So now, as he awaits the verdict, he is behind bars, which is a change because he had been out on bond, a property bond. So this weekend, police arrested him at the Spokane International Airport for violating a condition of his bond. He could not be within 2 miles of the Spokane International Airport, and he was. Defense counsel contended that his client was simply helping a friend return a rental car. At the time of the arrest, there was a gun in Howard's car. The judge revoked his bond and said that Howard will remain behind bars until the end of his trial. So just to talk a little bit about the jurors who are going to be deciding this case, we have a jury makeup for you here. 9 men, 4 women, all white. One appears to be in their 20s, and the rest do appear to be between the ages of 30 and 60 years old, Ted.
Yeah, Northern Idaho, too. Not surprising, they're all white, but law enforcement is key. A lot of retired law enforcement up in that area. You wonder if it's going to help or hurt him. A lot of times, like anybody, you turn on people that are like you if you believe they're guilty. Yes. But we'll see it play out. Kelly Craft, thank you. As always, we'll, again, put the clock up as soon as we get word that the jury has begun their work on deliberating Howard's fate. Now, let's head back to New Hampshire. We're getting the defense opening statement is very good right before the break here. He's just starting to get into these alternative theories. Opening it up for the jury to contemplate as they listen to the evidence. So let's pick it up right where we left off.
He introduces Dean to his crew, to his brothers. This meant a lot to Josh. He was proving himself to Dean and to his crew. After Dean left the party, Josh texted Dean thanking him for coming and for hanging out with me and my brothers. Josh texted Dean that it meant a lot to him that he came down despite Dean's busy schedule. Dean tells Josh, "I was glad to be there, bro." He praises the Mountain Men as quite the clan of good dudes. Josh tells Dean that he truly considers him a brother, and he's proud to call him that. Soon, Josh is signing off his texts with Dean with love and respect, the same tagline he used with his brothers in the Mountain Men. So a few days later, when Dean texts Josh that he's committed every and each resource to this, and that it's going to be a hell of a year, it's because that day Josh told him 20 minutes prior that people are, quote, chomping at the bit to buy his drugs. This is good news for Dean. Yes, Josh, I take it there's a very good impression made. Josh responds, "Very, my brother, very." Remember, this is just days after Josh introduced Dean to the Mountain Men. The same week, the week before the murders, Dean and Josh would discuss the Tim problem. Tim was distancing himself, becoming hard to reach. He was missing delivery appointments. You'll hear from others how Tim was getting sick of this world, but leaving it isn't easy. Instead of saying he wanted out, he would tell them that he just wasn't feeling well or was confused, or that he wasn't feeling like himself. Now, Josh knew that Tim was slacking, and Josh knew that Dean was getting fed up with it. Oh, and Josh knew that Dean hated Christine. Dean would tell things to Josh as soon as possible. Josh was ready to seize the opportunity in front of him, and Dean welcomed it. Tim was becoming disposable. On January 25th, 2 days before the murders, Dean was about to head to Florida. But not before Dean and Josh texted each other about the importance of seeing each other. 3 in the morning, Josh went to Muterboro, Dean's house. You'll see video from the home surveillance system showing Josh and Dean at that time. You'll see Dean showing Josh and pointing out the surveillance system. Before that, Josh had no need to know about the surveillance system. But for some reason, that early morning, Dean wanted to make sure Josh knew how it operated. Then they walked out of the house, Josh went home, and Christine drove Dean to the airport. When Dean flew back 5 days later, Christine was dead, and Josh picked him up at the airport. You may be tempted to fixate on those 2 or 3 days, but doing so would be at the expense of critical context and essential information. That could help explain what happened. Another reason that you must consider the context is because what we know about that weekend is limited by the incomplete investigation that followed. An investigation that was sloppy, distracted, and mismanaged. A pattern you'll see throughout the evidence is that the police listened to the wrong people, they looked in the wrong directions, and they missed leads that could never be recovered. Now, when it comes to the investigation, it's important to know that federal agents were investigating Dean's multi-state drug operation prior to the murders. And within days of the murders, before the crime scene was even cleared, the New Hampshire police learned about that investigation. Within a few weeks, a decision was made to leave to the feds the drug investigation and New Hampshire to be in charge of the murder investigation. However, the federal agency would still use state manpower to pursue their own drug investigation, even though those officers remained assigned to the murder investigation. These investigators continued pursuing the drug investigation both here in New Hampshire and throughout the country. They went to Florida and California with the DEA. They repeatedly interviewed individuals in New Hampshire about the drug operation. They wiretapped witnesses to record conversations. And they dug up Dean's backyard with a backhoe 6 months after the murders. Remember, when it comes to the murders, you'll see they zeroed in on Tim almost immediately, and they got tunnel vision. They treated incomplete evidence as complete. And again, you'll recognize a pattern that they were steered toward Tim by individuals who had every incentive to lie, every incentive to divert attention away from them, and every incentive to get in good with the police. Over time, you'll see that leads were missed, suspects were ignored, and physical evidence was ignored. Ultimately, the disjointed investigation caused a mistrial in 2019. That's because the state's lead investigator failed to turn over a significant amount of evidence until the middle of trial. Mistrial means that there was so much non-disclosed evidence that the trial literally had to end so it could be sorted through. The bottom line is that a lack of professionalism raises a lack of confidence in the decisions and results of this investigation. Now, we're not saying that the police or the state were intentionally hiding anything. But if the investigation had been done properly, they'd be telling a different story. Now, you'll hear the state talk with confidence about their case. And we know their case didn't materialize out of thin air. But you need to think critically about what you see and what you don't see. You already saw a video of Tim obscuring a camera, but he wasn't the only person to do that. Why would people using drugs want to obscure a camera? You'll hear scientific evidence, like DNA and fingerprint evidence. You'll hear how Tim's fingerprints were found on a few items at the house that were associated with the murders. We won't dispute that those fingerprints are his, but no one can say how, or more importantly, when Tim handled those items. In fact, you'll see evidence that indicates that he touched those items and used those bags long before the murders. You'll hear that his fingerprints weren't pressed in blood. Don't take what the state says at face value. Think critically and hold them to their burden. You'll also hear about the many items associated with the murder that either didn't have Tim's fingerprints, had other people's fingerprints, were never collected by investigators in the first place, or had prints on them that could have been compared to other suspects, but weren't. What about DNA evidence? You heard about a sweat-stained hat associated with Tim that tested positive for his DNA. But you'll hear that Tim, and see that Tim had a lot of these identical hats. So its presence at the house isn't all that insightful. More importantly, you'll hear about the other male DNA evidence tied much more closely to the murders. I mentioned earlier male blood on the ceiling. That was found in the kitchen, directly above where Christine's blood was found, directly above where she fought back against the man who murdered her. That blood is not Tim's. And the state never bothered to test it against any of the other male DNA they collected in this investigation, or that they could have. Same with the male DNA found under both Jenna and Christine's fingernails, and the DNA found on Christine's ring. Not Tim's and not tested against others. That's an example of what I say, that leads weren't followed or scientific evidence wasn't examined. You also heard about cell phone towers. That cell phone towers can indicate a person's location. You'll hear that these records indicate that Tim was in or around Farmington on Friday. But you'll also hear that this type of data is approximate and imprecise. It wasn't created by phone companies to track locations. It just reflects which tower provided the strongest signal to a user at any given time. And where the strongest signal comes from doesn't necessarily mean that it came from the closest tower. This data will tell you where the signal was coming from, but it cannot pinpoint where it was going to. You also will hear about some of Tim's behavior, like he got a new phone that weekend. Again, this doesn't tell you that much. First, his girlfriend bought him that phone. You'll hear that before this.
Okay, let's get a break here. We'll get the conclusion of the defense opening statement when we return. Stay with us.
Join Court TV's Vinny Politan.
In every story, in every trial, every case, there's at least two sides to it.
To dive into the latest.
Oh my God.
And breaking true crime stories.
This was a very targeted, very personal attack.
Inside.
My whole life depends on it.
And outside of the courtroom.
She's a psychopath.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinny Politan Investigates. Saturday morning, 10/9 Central. Only on Court TV.
Everything I do that's for my health is an accomplishment.
Concerns of getting screened faded away to my astonishment.
My doc gave me a script. I got it done without a delay.
I screened with Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Hey, bro, this party slays, but I've got the munchies, so let's go on a snack ride.
Facts. I'm sober tonight, so leave the driving to me. Being drunk or high while driving is so lame, so let's keep that away from my ride.
If you feel different, you drive different. Avoid substances. Drive sober or get pulled over. Learn more about roadway safety and put your skills to the test in Sober City. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com/arcade to play.
After an accident, if you've received a quick offer from an insurance company, don't be relieved, be suspicious. You can bet it isn't enough. It's probably not even close. It's time to swing the hammer. We've gotten our clients 10, 20, and even 100 times more than the insurance company's original offer. That's serious money you can't afford to do without.
Dial 777, all sevens today. The Illinois hammer is on the way.
Jesse Palmer?
So you do remember, and I know you haven't been watching.
I know, but TV's expensive.
Well, now you can watch me live sports and news free. No contracts or fees.
But Jesse, how?
Tablo. Pay once and watch happily ever after. And you can record too.
That sounds like a dream.
Tablo. Learn more at tablotv.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
Let's gear up.
I'm in position.
NCIS, open up.
We got a runner! I got him!
Blues!
Party's over. It's over.
It's over.
money matters. Whether you're counting pennies or counting calories, making plans to retire or just relax. From the stock market to the job market to the farmer's market. This is business news for all of us.
Welcome to Main and Wall. Our goal is to take you to Main Street
and Wall Street, diving into how the big money stories of the day impact you at home.
Main and Wall, weekday afternoons at 4/3 Central, only on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2? 1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on, learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
Welcome back. The small-town secrets murder trial for Timothy Verrill continues in New Hampshire. Today is day 1. Verrill accused of stabbing to death Jenna Pellegrini and Christine Sullivan back in 2017. The state claims that Verrill killed them because he thought one of them was a police drug informant. The defense says the women were murdered by somebody else. Let's get you back into the courtroom for more of the defense opening statements.
You'll hear that before this, and you heard that before this. Tim had to buy prepaid phone cards. His girlfriend bought him this phone and put him on her plan. Second, he put his new phone number on Facebook, not a move of somebody trying to hide. And you might be astonished at how many people in this case had multiple phones and multiple phone numbers. The state's case will be at its strongest if you narrow your vision to the evidence that supports their case, and if you discourage yourself from pushing against those false boundaries. But don't let the state dismiss the questions you will have as insignificant or as speculation. Critically thinking and upholding your oath and duty is not speculating. Your questions will reflect reasonable doubt and expose how inadequate the investigation was and how incomplete this case is. I think this is a good time to talk about Jenna. We don't know much about Jenna, and the state's not going to tell you much about her either. The investigation barely looked into her. The state knew about some of the men she was close with. They knew that she was on the verge of homelessness when Christine led her into her home once Dean left for Florida. But what was going on with her? Why was she in that position? Did anyone have a motive to kill her? You heard how brutal her murder was. Over 40 stab wounds, like it was a crime of passion. We have few answers about Jenna or her killer because the state barely investigated how she spent her final days. But the state will use Jenna as a tool to try to create a narrative against Tim. You may be encouraged to believe that Tim was supposedly concerned about Jenna. She was an informant. But this suggestion doesn't withstand scrutiny. First, Jenna was Christine's guest, and Tim was deferential to Christine. He trusted Christine. Second, let's go to early Friday morning. The state referenced that Tim was at Josh's house. After Tim hung out with Josh, he returned to Meterboro, returned to the home, where he hung out with Christine and Jenna for hours. The women were alive and happy when he was there, and they still were when he left. This part is well documented. On video, you've seen some of it. You'll see Christine and Jenna doing chores, doing laundry, walking around. You'll see Christine on the enclosed porch, where she was likely refurbishing items to sell, and Tim was doing what he frequently did, helping her with her projects. Meanwhile, they were listening to music on an Alexa speaker. You'll hear their voices, their demeanor. as they shouted out names of songs and sang aloud. If Tim was ever skeptical of Jenna, the evidence shows that any skepticism was gone by the early hours of Friday. At the same time, you'll hear evidence and suggestions that Tim killed these women because he was out of his mind. Again, the documented evidence of Tim on those videos and in that audio presents an average man doing normal things, not a crazed maniac. One more point about this. Although you'll hear about Tim's demeanor from Josh and Dean, you'll hear from other witnesses who knew about Tim, like Kathy Bradstreet, that she saw him shortly before the murders, and he looked much better and healthier than he did the month prior. And you'll hear that Tim's general feeling of being ill or in discomfort coincided with his efforts to reduce his drug use. Why will you hear suggestions about Tim losing his mind and becoming homicidal? Because you won't hear any credible or convincing explanation for why Tim would commit heinous murders. He had no motive to kill them. Suggestions that Tim became a homicidal maniac because he may have been feeling dazed or unwell is speculation. It's wild speculation. It's the type of speculation that the state has warned you not to take. I'll leave you with a few quick points to think about. Consider the other players you will learn about in this case, their suspicious behavior that they can't account for, their trips to the house, their cryptic communications, their associations with Dean. One moment that will stick out.
All right, we're going to let's first bring in Marie Pereira. Marie, what do you think of this case so far? We heard two compelling opening statements, and just finishing up here with the defense. We'll get that at the other end of this break, but your thoughts so far?
I'm going to steal a word from you and say it's going to be a doozy because prosecutors, yeah, exactly. Prosecutors' opening was compelling, and I was like, oh my God, he did it. But then defense came out swinging as well. So I think they're both very, very formidable opponents, and this is going to be a whodunit. But I like the way that the prosecutor tried to just shut down defense's closing. And I disagree with Philip Encyclopedia Dubé when he says he finds it offensive. It's litigation, Philip. It's not wrong for prosecutors to come down and start with the opening and shut down a possible defense heavy hitter on the defense's opening. I don't see anything unprofessional about it. I think both of them did a good job, and this is going to be a riveting case. At least I see reasonable doubt, and I think in that sense it works in favor of defense, because when the prosecution did the opening, I thought, okay, we're done for. But defense is bringing out no DNA under the nails, unknown male DNA, the mistrial, the unprofessionalism from the beginning, and I think it gives them an advantage. So if I had to say who's winning, I would say for now it's defense, because at least I'm thinking, okay, who was that unknown DNA?
Yeah, DNA, and then the ceiling DNA as well. You've got Josh and Dean and a motorcycle gang. Oh boy, they yes, as the prosecution said, they're going to bring up the boogeyman. Well, they've brought up an army of them so far.
Yeah,
and we'll catch the beginning or the end of the opening statements from the defense after this break, and then the first witness is going to start to testify, so stick with us. We're just getting underway in this trial. Also, they're at it in Idaho. You see the clock ticking away, 20 minutes and counting, as the jury deliberates the fate of Mr. Howard. In that case, we'll keep our eyes there as well. Busy Tuesday. Stay with us.
Remember when I said we need to screen for colon cancer?
Was that after I texted the age to screen was now 45?
sino que esta mañana cuando ya iba amaneciendo nosotros empezamos la búsqueda otra vez. Un oficial del parque encontró 2 cuerpos atrás que ahorita, aunque no podemos dar positivamente la identificación, se piensa que son los cuerpos de las 2 víctimas. Entonces,
the decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on The Race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app. Money matters, whether you're counting pennies or counting calories, making plans to retire or just relax. From the stock market to the job market to the farmer's market, this is business news for all of us.
Welcome to Main and Wall. Our goal is to take you to Main Street
and Wall Street, diving into how the big money stories of the day impact you at home.
Main and Wall, weekday afternoons at 4/3 Central, only on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on, learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
It was the case that started America's true crime obsession.
My office filed murder charges against O.J. Simpson.
A fallen star, a dream team of lawyers, and all the dramatic courtroom moments that have become legendary.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Relive the trial that had the world watching.
And made court TV a legend.
The trial of O.J. Simpson. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV Legendary Trials.
At Scripps News, reporting your world from the middle matters. Since 1878, Scripps has been a shining light in the middle of the storm.
Stories of survival and hope.
In the middle of the action.
You can see how treacherous the terrain is here.
The middle of it all.
This is a story that began long before.
So when events unfold on every side, see it clearly from the middle. Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. You see the clock ticking away in the state of Idaho, where a jury has just begun the work of deliberations in the case against Dan Howard. 24 minutes just getting started, probably picking a 4-person. We'll be watching that throughout the day here. Meanwhile, we've been watching the opening statements in the small-town murder trial out of New Hampshire, and it's an interesting one. Timothy Verrill, he's accused of stabbing 2 women back in 2017. The first trial ended in a mistrial after some discovery issues with the state. The defense now has the floor for their opening statement, and they're bringing up some points for the jurors to think about as the testimony begins in this case. There's DNA under the fingernails of the defense, of the victims, that does not connect to the defendant. There's other DNA in the house that is not related to the defendant. Let's pick up the rest of the defense openings right now.
One moment that will stick out to you is from the Friday afternoon the women were killed. Josh sends Dean an urgent message. There's a problem. On a scale of 1 to 10, this emergency is a 10. You saw those texts on the screen. Josh wants to talk immediately, but not over the phone and not over text. The conversation, he says, must be over an untraceable, encrypted app. What do you think that conversation was about? Josh will say he was just expressing concern about Christine. But guess who Josh never texts or calls to check in on? Christine? Why would you urgently need to communicate over an untraceable app just to express a vague feeling of concern about someone? Then on 4 a.m. on Saturday morning, Josh runs to the house alone to snatch a camera outside he believed may have captured the killer. Why? Josh thought that this camera was independent from the rest of the surveillance system, which had 8 or 10 cameras throughout the property. He thought this camera could record even if the rest of the system was shut down. You'll hear that he was wrong, but it won't answer the obvious question of why he did that. You also heard a little bit about the other people that went to the house that weekend at the behest of Dean. What were all these people not doing, including Josh and Dean when Dean finally arrived? They weren't calling the police, not for days. Finally, when Dean eventually gets to the house early Saturday morning, after spending 90 minutes in the car with Josh from the airport, he waited 2 hours before calling the police. Instead, he and Josh walked around the house. Dean took pictures of a bloody mattress and texted it to friends. Dean turned the surveillance system back on. It took 2 hours for Dean to call 911. At the end of the case, the state may argue that they don't need to prove exactly what happened, as long as they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They may say that questions you have aren't relevant to the deliberations, that they aren't relevant to the elements, that they answered everything you needed to hear. Remember, these are arguments. Hold the state to its burden. Don't let them shed it. Don't walk away thinking that your significant and fundamental questions aren't important, because they are. And they arise from the many sources of reasonable doubt throughout this case. One thing is indisputable. The state needs to prove to you exactly who killed these women. They're speculating it was Tim. They're pointing at the wrong man. The evidence doesn't support convicting Tim. Tim did not kill those women, and Tim is not guilty.
All right, thank you. All right, that was the opening statement from the defense, bringing up Josh and Dean. Dean is the head drug dealer. Josh is the hard-charging young man that seemed to catch the attention of Dean. He sends this text: there's a major problem between 0 and 10. It's a 10. Marie Pereira is still with us. All right, so this has obviously, for our viewers, it's piqued our interest, but for jurors, same, or what do you think? Now, if you're a juror on this case, you've heard both of these very compelling openings. It's kind of a great start to a trial.
It sure is. If I were a juror, I'd be on the edge of my seat. I think both sides kind of gave too much information, and I think it's something that happens on openings. You need to, set the roadmap, but you don't need to tell so much. The jurors are not going to remember all the details. What you need to do is just lay the foundation of your theory of prosecution and your theory of defense. All these names could make the jurors get a little confused, but on the average, both of them did a very good job in setting out the map. And you see how the defense tried to shut down the anticipated closing of the prosecutors and said, on closing, the prosecutors are going to try to make you think this and that, but there is reasonable doubt. There is nothing wrong, again, Philip Encyclopedia Dubé, to attack the other side's view of it on closing or opening. That's just the way it is. But you know what? Philip is a defense attorney, so he's very protective of defense. It is what it is. Both of them are going to say, this guy's not going to come and say anything to you that's worth any sense. And the other one is going to say, I have reasonable doubt. And that's just what it is. But I can't wait until we really see what the noogies are that's going to convince the jurors to convict or acquit.
You mentioned Philip the Encyclopedia. He sure is, and he brought up the point today that the New Hampshire law is if yes, they were to lean into him being cleanup man, that he might be in a good spot. There's an opening there, but we didn't hear that from the defense. To do that, you do have to put your client on the stand. If you're going to say, yeah, I got a call from, Josh or Dean, and I went over and just helped him clean up. The only way to get there is by putting him on the stand, right? I mean, you would box yourself into a story that needed telling, and who's going to tell it?
And maybe they're prepared to do just that. I think both sides did a masterful job at putting out who they're going to have for witnesses. And the witnesses are pretty sketchy people. Prosecution said it. We're going to have drug addicts come on. It doesn't mean that what they're saying is not true. So maybe this guy has things to hide, but he's going to come on, own up to it, and then subject himself to cross-examination in all his past crimes. It doesn't mean just because he's a sketchy person, he can't get on the stand. If they preempt it, cut the bite of whatever his background is and say, hey, he did this, he did that, here we are, he's testifying. So what?
Yeah, and
I think there's room.
Yeah, to your point, if you're going to have people all of the same ilk parading through the courtroom, then he's not going to stand out as the only drug guy and the only malcontent in the crew. We'll have to wait and see. They're at lunch right now, but before they went to lunch, after the opening statements, then a lot of times they start right away with a witness. In this case, the state started with just admitting some documents and video to the jury to give them something to get it out of the way before they bring on their case in chief and before the lunch break. So I'll go back into court. We're going to pick it up after the openings and before lunch, where the state is basically admitting pieces of evidence. Let's watch.
Several business records and accompanying video clips. And the first two business certifications are from the Massachusetts Port Authority. They're going to be up on the screen. These are affidavits. I'll read them and then we'll present some evidence. I, Kwong Chen, Chief Information Officer for the Massachusetts Port Authority, hereinafter the authority, being first duly sworn, state the following. I am the keeper of the records related to digital video recording systems, digital video recording for the Massachusetts Port Authority. The authority owns and operates the General Edward Lawrence Logan International Airport, hereinafter Logan Airport, Worcester Regional Airport, Hanscom Field, and other properties in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. As a keeper of the record of digital video recordings, I am familiar with the business practices of the authority with respect to its generation, collection, and maintenance of the digital video recordings on the authority's properties. In the regular course of its business, the authority records and maintains records in the form of digital video recordings from video cameras on the authority's properties. Those records contemporaneously archive and memorialize, with embedded date stamps and time stamps, activities occurring within the authority's properties, including at Logan Airport. These activities may include the boarding and disembarking of passengers and personnel from flights out of and into Logan Airport. A limited number of Massport personnel and Massachusetts State Police Troop F personnel are able to access the digital video recording system to review and preserve records. Sergeant John C. Riley has access to the authority's digital video management system and may review, preserve, and duplicate records when necessary for law enforcement purposes. The next affidavit reads as follows. I, Sergeant John C. Riley of the Massachusetts State Police Troop F, being first duly sworn, state the following. I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police and currently assigned to Troop F. Troop F is the Massachusetts State Police Department charged with providing police services for the Massachusetts Port Authority, hereinafter the authority, lands and properties, including but not limited to the General Edward Lawrence Logan International Airport, hereinafter Logan Airport, pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 22C, Section 30, and Section 110 of Chapter 205 of the Acts of 1996. I've been with the Massachusetts State Police for 20 years, assigned to Troop F of the Massachusetts State Police for 6 years, and I am familiar with the authority's digital video management system that records and maintains records from video cameras on the authority's properties. I have authority-authorized access to the digital video management system and may review, preserve, and duplicate records when necessary for law enforcement purposes. The attached compact disc, which is State's Exhibit 6, contains digital video surveillance footage that I reviewed and duplicated onto the compact disc from video cameras at Logan Airport on January 25th, 2017 and January 28th, 2017. Specifically, the footage consists of contemporaneous recordings taken of 1, a security checkpoint on January 25th, 2017, 2, a Spirit Airlines departure gate on January 25th, 2017, and 3, a Spirit Airlines arrival gate on January 28th, 2017. These records were generated contemporaneously with events recorded by the digital video surveillance cameras at Logan Airport. The attached recordings are true and accurate copies of original recordings and true and accurate copies of information contained in recordings maintained by the authority. The recordings remained at the time of the events being recorded, which I have access to and duplicated onto a compact disc on February 13th, 2017, and provided to the New Hampshire State Police Trooper Tara Ilzemiller on February 15th, 2017. So looking at the calendar, this is State's Exhibit 82. The first video clips from Logan Airport are from Wednesday, January 25th of 2017. The first of those clips begins at about 5:25 a.m. on January 25th. That's the time highlighted in red on the lower right-hand corner and enlarged on the lower right-hand corner. We're going to ask the jurors to focus on the person on the upper right-hand corner, highlighted in red and pointed out by the red arrow. And with that context, we're going to play this clip.
All right, obviously the prosecution is establishing that Dean, the kingpin drug dealer who owned the house where the murders took place, was out of town. He flew out the day before and went to Florida. And they're showing that to the jury. Let's get a break, get you back in the courtroom for more after this.
Ion kicks off the National Women's Soccer League, airing all season long.
She scores! She's on fire! Wow!
See the full schedule and find where to watch at IONNWSL.com.
Remember when I said we need a screen for colon cancer?
Was that after I texted the age to screen was now 45? Because I said Cologuard.
Hey there.
Where did he come from?
Yep, with me, you can screen at home. Just talk to your provider.
We'll screen with Cologuard and do it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur.
Ask your provider for me, Cologuard.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Jesse Palmer?
So you do remember, and I know you haven't been watching.
I know, but TV's expensive.
Well, now you can watch me live sports and news free. No contracts or fees.
But Jesse, how?
Tableau. Pay once and watch happily ever after. And you can record too.
This sounds like a dream.
Tableau. Learn more at tableautv.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you, and 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
Let's gear up.
I'm in position.
NCIS, open up.
We got a runner! I got him!
Blues! Party's over.
It's over.
It's over.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
You
keep me coming back for more.
Ion Plus is your home for adventure.
Rex, go!
Mystery.
Fascinating.
And thrill.
Woo!
Just keeping an ear out and see if we pick anything up.
What's with the dog?
He's with me.
You're not supposed to root for the criminals.
That's what I do. No crime is unsolvable. Some simply take longer than others.
You'll always find more on Ion Plus.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Let's head back to New Hampshire now, where we've been watching day one of the double murder trial for defendant Timothy Verrill. He's accused of murdering two women, one of whom he apparently worked for as a drug runner and user, and kind of just a guy that would do stuff is how it's been characterized. He initially stood trial back in 2019, but a mistrial was declared due to significant discovery violations. When we went to break here, we were watching as the state entered some video evidence into the record in front of the jury. This is before the jury was dismissed for the lunch break. We're expecting them to return from the lunch break in about 15, 20 minutes or so. And so let's go back into the courtroom now and pick up where we left off, where the jury is watching video from Logan Airport, and specifically the prosecution is establishing that Dean, the drug dealer, wasn't there during the murders because he was boarding this flight to Florida. Okay, there's no audio here on this video. The jury was instructed to keep their eye on Dean as he made his way through the TSA screening process. Marie Pereira with us. This kind of cuts both ways, and the defense, I thought, did a good job in their opening to say, yeah, he was out of town. He left the day before. Imagine that. What a coincidence.
You know what? It could work both ways. And, you know, presenting it to the jurors right now and presenting it to the court is a normal process because this is non-testimonial evidence and it has to be authenticated before its introduction, like documents and photos and recordings and things like that. I think it really shows, you know what, this person was not here. So whoever is intending to use this theory as a theory of prosecution or defense is going to have a hard time because video doesn't lie. And it's showing it is exactly what they're purporting it to be. It hasn't been altered or anything like that. And this is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know now as a juror for sure that the drug dealer Dean was out of town, but the defense has tried to establish that, yes, Dean was out of town. And Josh, the hard-charging motorcycle gang leading person, reached out and said, we got a major problem, Dean, the day of the murders. So, to your point, this could, you know, the defense isn't worried about this being shown at all. This is like, yeah, he was out of town, but could he have orchestrated this whole thing using Josh instead of the defendant, Timothy? It's all very interesting. Is this a case where you do think that the defendant needs to get up and take the stand? He's been portrayed as this mild-mannered, lazy kind of drug user that wouldn't have the gumption to pull something like this off or even attempt it.
I think it's early to say, but for now, if I had to make a decision from the scene of the crime, listen, if you're saying it wasn't you, okay? And there was evidence of another male DNA being in the room, the ceiling, under the nails of one of the victims, then you need to come up there and explain it was not me and offer an alternative that the jurors could see as reasonable doubt. I don't see the harm in it, but we'll see how the case develops because anything could happen. But I do agree with you that maybe he will have to take the stand to explain the situation of, you know, if I wasn't there, DNA puts another person there in the crime scene on the victims, but yet my fingerprints are on the body disposal bags. How did it get there? You have to explain, because it's not like no DNA belonging to the defendant was anywhere in sight. It was found on the bags. Explain that. The jurors are going to want to hear an explanation to what, did you help after the fact? Like Philip said earlier, did you help to dispose of the bodies? You have to explain it.
Yeah, and the defense sort of just glossed over that in the opening, saying, well, yeah, we're not disputing his fingerprints, but we don't know when those were, you know, put on those items. That's, you know, that's kind of not going to pass the smell test for jurors, one would think. They're going to need a little bit more.
As to the second video clip from January 25th, we asked the jurors to look at the boarding sign that's highlighted in red on the bottom right-hand corner and to focus on the person pointed out with the red arrow on the upper left-hand corner. With that context, we're going to play this clip. It lasts only about 19 seconds. Next on the screen is State's Exhibit 6A, which are still photos from the two videos that were just played. The next business record certification is from Spirit Airlines. It's State's Exhibit 11. I'll read it at this point in time. I, Julio DiFilippo, on behalf of Spirit Airlines, being first duly sworn, say, I'm a loss prevention manager for Spirit Airlines, a passenger airline carrier headquartered in Miramar, Florida. As a keeper of the records, I am familiar with the business practices of Spirit Airlines with respect to its collection and maintenance of records. All right, Dean, the drug dealer, was apparently flying Spirit Airlines that day, and they're continuing to establish that he was on that flight and was in Florida during the time of the murders. Doesn't necessarily mean he had no knowledge of them. According to the defense, they're alleging that he was possibly involved. Marie, if at the end of the day I'm a juror and there's just more, I think there's more to the story, that Tim didn't do this by himself. You know, it's two bodies, a lot of work there. This guy, what if that's the case? Is that reasonable doubt, or not necessarily? State doesn't have to prove, you know, how he did it specifically.
They don't have to prove. They don't have to prove how he did it, but we know jurors want that kind of CSE evidence, I call it, common sense evidence. So if now, out of the gate, the prosecutors are demystifying this concept of the boogeyman, they're saying, you know what, the boogeyman that was presented on opening wasn't even there. So it is reasonable doubt coming out of the gate. We just have to wait and see, but I think they're doing a good job at the reasonable doubt part right now.
So far. Okay, let's get a break here. Top of the hour. We will get you back into the courtroom for more right after this.
If you've been hurt in a car accident, here's something that's going to shock you. The insurance company has a software program that spits out a lowball offer for your injury. Your toe, your arm, your brain, everything has a dollar amount. Think that's cold? So do I. Don't let them reduce your pain to a formula. It's time to swing the hammer. They might see you as a number, but we'll make them see you as a person.
Dial 777 on 7th a day. The Illinois hammer is on the way.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
You keep me coming back for more.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
You keep me coming back for more.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
a masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed,
Silver!
and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man?
I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
Money matters. Whether you're counting pennies or counting calories, making plans to retire or just relax. From the stock market to the job market to the farmer's market. This is business news for all of us.
Welcome to Main and Wall. Our goal is to take you to Main Street
and Wall Street, diving into how the big money stories of the day impact you at home.
Main and Wall. Weekday afternoons at 4/3 Central, only on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Saturday night. First you moved in, you banned cigar smoke and kitchen nudity. Oscar Madison.
Just doing my daily yoga.
Felix Unger.
You're not exactly a guy's guy.
Why? Because I use coasters? I'm an accomplished photographer. Perfect, let's start shooting. And I can make a pair of tap shoes talk. What do you say, boys?
Together, they're the odd couple.
Here, hold that. Oscar, is that coffee? I just cleaned the rug.
Better not move.
The Odd Couple. Saturday starting 7/6 Central on Laugh More.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you, and 1% honors all womankind.
So come on, learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
At Scripps News, reporting your world from the middle matters. Since 1878, Scripps has been a shining light in the middle of the storm.
Stories of survival and hope.
In the middle of the action.
You can see how treacherous the terrain is here.
The middle of it all.
This is a story that began long before.
So when events unfold on every side, see it clearly from the middle. Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Top of the hour, welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in 2 courtrooms today in New Hampshire. We're watching the double murder trial for Timothy Verrill. This is a retrial. His first one ended in a mistrial because the state failed to provide all of the evidence to the defense in discovery. He faces 2 charges of second-degree murder for the 2017 deaths of Jenna Pellegrini and Christine Sullivan. The defense claims that somebody else is responsible for these murders. We're also in Idaho. The fate of Daniel Howard now in the hands of the jury. The jury has been deliberating for almost an hour. He, of course, is accused of murdering his wife, Kendi. We watched this play out here on Court TV. He claims that he found her dead in a bathtub after she committed suicide. We'll continue to watch any developments out of Idaho. Any questions or, of course, a verdict will get you there immediately. Let's start, though, in New Hampshire. They're on the lunch break in the trial here with for Timothy Verrill. Joining us now in studio, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, hello to you. So far, well, we watched these opening statements, and both sides had interesting stories to tell.
Ted, nice to see you. This is going to be an impactful trial, and it was a mistrial before, which we'll talk about, but wow. Out the gate, powerful opening statements in the small town secrets murder trial. The defendant wearing a sweater and khaki pants as he faced his second jury trial in the state of New Hampshire, and right off the bat, the jury heard gruesome details about the murders of the 2 victims here, Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini. Prosecutors say that Verrill was a paranoid drug dealer high on meth who violently murdered the women because he believed that they were working as police informants, while the defense, on the other hand, is right out the gate saying they just got the wrong guy.
Objects stained with Christine's blood were concealed in a clear plastic trash bag with the defendant's fingerprints on it, no one else's. Jenna's personal belongings and a sheet stained with her blood were concealed in a black plastic trash bag with the defendant's fingerprints on it, no one else's. And then, when the police wanted to talk to the defendant, he swapped out the license plates on his girlfriend's car and he fled. There is no boogeyman. The evidence in this case will show that the defendant is the only one who cleaned up the scene, the only one who fled from the police, and the only one who killed. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return a verdict consistent with that evidence. Guilty. Thank you.
On Friday, January 27th, Christine and Jenna fought back against their killers. They fought so hard that their killer's DNA got embedded under their fingernails. That killer's DNA was not Tim's. DNA testing definitively excluded him. In the struggle, Christine broke her ring finger and the ring she was wearing. The killer's DNA was on that ring. Again, DNA evidence excluded Tim. Christine fought back so hard that she injured her killer, sending his blood onto the ceiling. Again, that DNA was not Tim's. Tim did not kill Christine and Jenna. Tim was not told to kill Christine or Jenna. And Tim did not have any motive, any incentive, or any reason to kill Christine or Jenna.
So it's going to be a battle of how the evidence is interpreted. You know, the defense definitely saying that they got the wrong guy, that, you know, there's going to be questions about prints and all of that. But my ears perked up, and I'm sure yours did as well, Ted, because we don't always hear in front of the jury things about, like, there was a prior mistrial. That was unusual that he was able to mention that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and, you know, especially when you think about what the defense was talking about in terms of the physical evidence. I mean, it's compelling. You're sitting there visualizing the fight back and the fingernails and the blood on the ceiling, and really it's not the defendant's. But then again, his prints are the only ones on the trash bags that have the items belonging to the victims. It just feels like neither one of these have the exact story, and at the end of the day, it's going to be fascinating to see what the jury decides. As testimony begins, what are we watching for?
Well, of course, it's going to be an interesting cast of characters that have their own prior records, perhaps. But will we hear more about this being a mistrial in the first trial? Will the defendant that you're looking at right there, will he take the stand? The first trial was declared a mistrial after the state police failed to disclose evidence, so we can expect a different case altogether with new evidence being presented this time around, including more text messages, more interviews that were not disclosed before, and at least one of the eyewitnesses we know has died since the first trial. And we're expecting to hear a lot about prints and DNA collected. Verrill, it's interesting to note that, you know, he's there in a sweater like Mr. Rogers, but he's been in police custody since 2017, since he was arrested. And if he's convicted this time around, he's facing life in prison without the possibility of parole, along with several other charges that would stack up more years, but I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter.
It reminds me of the Keatley trial down in Florida, where they dressed him up in the sweaters, the cardigans every day, and in the defense opening, they mentioned that he's a mild-mannered, he's a loafer. He liked to sit around and play video games. He's not a go-getter. So they dress him up, and this is a live look, actually, inside the courtroom. As you can see, everybody's standing. The judge is just walking in, and they're going to call for the jury. So we're moments away from the
A photograph that's already been admitted in this trial. This is People's Exhibit 1. Who is this in the photo?
That's her. That's Mya.
And you said you were in a relationship with her about 5 to 6 years?
Yes.
Were you in a relationship with her on the day of her death, on December 26th?
Yes, I was.
Were you present at the home when she was shot and killed?
Yes, I was.
Who else was there?
Our kids.
What were you all doing that day?
Watching the movie.
Do you remember approximately what time of the day or night this took place?
9:49.
And what makes you say 9:49?
Because I had my phone in my hand.
Can you just describe to the jury, give them an idea of, where you were at in the house, what you were all doing, before 9:49 p.m.?
Right before 9, right before around that time, I was upstairs. She was, and her friend was there. She had a friend over. They was downstairs. I can't really tell you what they was doing. I was upstairs. I was with my son, and we was just watching YouTube videos, and then she had texted me at about 9:30 and told me to come downstairs and watch TV with her. I told her no because her friend was there, and I didn't want to be in their face. And then she said she left. And then so I came downstairs with my son.
So before you came downstairs, Mya just had, a female friend over?
Yes.
What were they doing, just hanging out, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so you come downstairs around 9:30, what happens then?
We was debating on what movie we was gonna watch.
Debating on what movie you were gonna watch?
Yes.
Now, did you decide on a movie?
Yeah.
What was it?
It was Baddies. I wasn't really watching it though.
Were your kids with you?
Yes.
Were they in the living room with you?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
So did you actually start the movie? Did you get to that point, or had the movie not even started?
Yeah, she had started it.
So what happened then?
I actually did kind of like the show. It was straight. And she was, we was talking about it. I was asking her some stuff because I didn't really know about it. So then my kids, they was in front of us on their tablet. Then something that came up on it, and then we got to laughing about it. And that's when a knock had happened. Somebody knocked on the door. And I didn't hear it at first because I was laughing. We was laughing, but she heard it, I guess. So then she said somebody knocked. I'm like, ain't nobody knocked. Then they knocked again, and then she went to the door.
How would you describe the knock, just so the jury has a good idea of that? Was it loud? Was it not loud? How would you describe the knocking?
The first one wasn't loud because I didn't hear it. The second one was just hearable.
Did you hear any voices at that time?
No, not with the knock, no.
I'm sorry?
Not with the knock, no.
I just have to make sure you speak loud enough, okay, just so they can hear you. Okay? So what happened then? You said Mya went to answer the door?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what happened then?
She asked who was it, and then it was like some mumble words. I don't know who it was. I didn't hear. It wasn't a. I didn't hear a familiar voice.
But Mya, did she actually said, who is it?
Yes.
Were those her words?
Yes.
And you said that there was a voice that responded?
Yes.
Did you recognize that voice?
No, I did not recognize the voice.
Did it sound like a male or female?
I don't know. I didn't recognize. Like it wasn't like. I don't know.
Can you tell us the best of your memory? What were the words being said? Did you understand any of it?
It's whatever it was said. It's somebody, but Like it was like it's, and then it said something like mumble, some type of mumble name, I don't know, or something like that. I don't know. I can't really. It wasn't. It was like I couldn't make it out for real. I just heard them talking.
So you did not recognize the voice?
No.
Did you know who it was at that time?
No.
So you told us already that Mya originally said, "Who's there?" or "Who is it?"
Right.
Did she say anything else to that person? Did they have a conversation?
She said, "Who is it again?" She was like, "Who?"
And then what did the other person say?
They mumbled something else.
Could you hear those words?
No.
And what happened next?
She looked at me and said, she thought it was her brother. She like this. She like, Omar, this got to be Robert or somebody playing.
That it's got to be someone playing?
Yeah, she named her brother. She was like, this got to be Robert or somebody playing.
In that voice, you said that you couldn't really understand the words, but was that voice on the other side of the door loud?
Nah.
Can you please help the jury understand the best you can? How did that voice sound? And by that, I mean, can you give any details? Was it soft-spoken? Was it loud? Was it angry?
Soft-spoken. Regular.
Was there anything unusual about it? Weird about it?
Yeah, because it wasn't recognizable, so that's weird.
Because you had spoke to the officers about that voice before, right?
Right.
And you said it sounded weird.
Yeah.
And so what did you mean by weird?
Like somebody was trying to mimic a voice.
Mimic a voice.
Like that.
So then Mya turns to you and says something about she thinks they're playing.
Yes.
What happens next?
I heard the last word playing was like cut off by shots. Like she barely got playing out.
Where were your kids when you heard the shots?
My daughter was standing right next to her. My daughter walked to the door with her. And my son was laying on the floor right in front of me on his tablet.
When Mya went towards the door, we're talking about the door, you're talking about the front door?
Yes.
When Mya went towards the door, did she ever open the door?
No.
Was the door ever open?
No.
Did you ever tell an officer that the door was open?
No.
So the door was never open?
Never open.
You said that Mya barely got the word out. She thought someone was playing.
Right.
And that was the last thing you heard her say?
Yes.
And then you heard the shots?
Yes.
How many shots did you hear?
3 or 4.
Just to be clear, could you tell where they were coming from?
Yes.
Where?
Right in the front porch, the porch.
Were those shots close in time? Were they spread out?
Close.
Did it sound like they were from the same gun or different guns?
Same.
So it sounded like they were from the same gun and they were close in time?
Yeah.
And there were 3 to 4 shots?
Yes.
What happens right after you hear those shots?
It wasn't no after. It was as they shot, like as the first shot, it was like a quick instant. I dove on my son, and then I ran towards Mya and my daughter, like, and yeah, I looked up and she dropped.
Was she saying anything at that time?
No.
Did you ever see anyone on the porch?
No.
Did you see anyone on the other side of the door?
No.
Did you ever look through the peephole?
No.
Did you ever get really close to the door?
Oh yeah, that's what I forgot to say. She looked through the peephole, but she ain't see nobody. I meant to say that in the midst of her going to the door. Before she asked who is it, she looked through the peephole.
And she didn't see anything?
She didn't see anybody.
So
That's another thing that I said was weird.
That's another thing you said was weird.
Yeah.
So Mya looked through the peephole, but you did not.
Right.
kids?
Yeah, I dove on my son. I didn't dive on my daughter, but like I snatched her down quick.
And what did you do with your kids?
I ran stuffed them in the closet. Put them in the closet.
Why?
Because somebody was shooting.
And did you have any idea who it was at that moment?
No,
Do you know whether or not that shooter left or if the shooter was still there?
I wouldn't. I don't know.
Did you ever look out the window or the blinds?
Yeah, after.
But right after the shots were fired, did you see anyone in the area?
No.
Did you see anyone on foot?
No.
Did you see anyone running away?
No.
So back on December 26th, you did not see who shot Mya?
No.
So what happened then? You told us that you took your kids and you put them in a closet.
Yes.
What happened next?
I went back to her. I just was trying to help her.
What did you do? What did you try to do?
I was like, just trying to talk to her, grab her, see where she was actually hit at. Well, I knew where she was hit at. I was just trying to help her.
And how did you know where she was hit at?
I saw it.
And after the shots, after Mya was shot, did she say anything to you at all?
No, she was just, no.
What happened next?
She was just shaking. She was just trying to fight, I guess.
And what did you do next? Did you call anyone, go anywhere? What did you do?
Yeah, I called the ambulance. I tried to call the ambulance for her, but I ended up hanging up because they was just like asking me too many questions and trying to get me to stay on the phone. Then my kids came out and they had walked. They was seeing their mom like that, so I took them somewhere else. They both came out the closet. They were scared. They were screaming, so I took them upstairs instead of the closet this time. I took them upstairs and put them in our room. And
You said they were scared and screaming at that
yeah.
time. So then at that time you take them upstairs?
Yes.
And what happens then?
I put them in our room and then somebody else started knocking at the door.
Do you know who that person was?
Not at the moment when they was knocking.
So when you heard that knock, what did you do?
I looked out the window first and I seen it was a girl and I asked who it was.
So are you looking out the upstairs window or the first floor?
Yes, because I was upstairs putting the kids and I had just got up there and put them in the room.
And so did you find out who that person was?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was our neighbor.
The neighbor?
Yes.
And so then what did you do?
I said, what's up, like, yo, I said, what's up? And she, like, I was like, what you want? Like, I need help. And not really what you want. I was just kind of like asking her, like, yeah, like, as in, that's what I was meaning though, like. And then she was like, are you okay? And then I was like, yeah, I need you to help me. I need you to call the ambulance. I need you to get my kids. Because I couldn't talk. I was already on the phone with the ambulance, but I couldn't talk to them. They was asking too many questions. So, and it was a lot going on at the moment. So I had to tell her to do that and then ask her to get my kids so I could finish helping Mya. That was just my biggest concern.
So then you were asking the neighbor for help with your kids?
Yes.
Did they end up taking your kids?
Yes.
Can you please tell us about that? How did that happen?
I went downstairs right after that. I was like, I need you to get my kids. I need to get my kids. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't tell her that Mya shot because like, it just was still like, I don't know. It was a lot going on. So I went downstairs, I opened the door for her, and I was just, I don't know, I gave her my kids, but I was still kind of like skeptical because I ain't know who was involved. I ain't know who did, so I kind of was skeptical, and I tried to go over there with them, but she was kind of like, I don't think she wasn't trusting me, I wasn't trusting her, So I'm like, I was trying to like, I don't know, after she got my kids or whatever, I was asking her to take me to an ambulance, and she was like, why? Then she ended up looking, and she seen Mya stressed out. And then she just started screaming and going crazy, and that's what just made my situation worse.
It made what?
The situation worse for me, because that's what I was trying to prevent. I kind of already knew she was gone, but I was still trying to have like faith or hope, I guess.
So then, did the police end up showing up?
Yes.
And were you there when police arrived?
Yes.
And then what happened with you when police arrived?
They put their Glocks in my face.
And then were you placed into a police cruiser at that time?
Yes.
And did you end up speaking with an officer?
Yes.
On that day, do you know of anyone who wanted to harm Mya?
No, not Mya, no.
Do you know of anyone who wanted to harm you?
Not that I can name, not by name.
Do you know any names?
No.
Do you remember talking to the police about this? You know, whether there was anyone who wanted to harm you, or if you were having problems with anyone around that time?
When the police or the detectives, like, when they got me to the interrogation room?
Sure.
That what you talking about? Yeah, they was asking me people. They was asking me, do I know any people and stuff like that.
And what names did you give them?
I didn't get. They was naming people for me. Like they was naming. They were like, do you think your cousin? Because the incident had happened before, a few days prior to this, and they were like, do you think your cousin had anything to do with it, stuff like that. And I was just like, I really wasn't sure, so I didn't want to say, oh yeah, this person did that. So I was like, I don't know who it could have been.
Because when you were in the back of the cruiser, did that officer ask you about your cousin?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember him asking you if Terrell was involved?
Yes.
Is that the cousin that you're referring to?
Yes.
And at that time you said you don't know?
Yeah, because I didn't. I was like, I don't know.
And so then you just mentioned something that happened the days before, the week before. What were you talking about?
My cousin had gotten in some trouble or whatever. I guess or whatever. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but all I know is that I was there, but I wasn't there. Like I wasn't there when he showed up. But like I guess something happened. And by I got the call from my girl to get home because she said my cousin was hurt. I got there, you know. And when I got there, the police had, like a few minutes after I got there, the police was surrounding the house. So I never really got to know what exactly happened, what was done or what. I don't know what happened. So I just know the house got surrounded and they ended up making us all come out and he ended up getting locked up.
So the house got surrounded. The house, is that you referring to
47
Canton?
Yeah.
Is that the incident that took place on December 19th?
Yes.
So on December 19th, your cousin Terrell got arrested from 47 Canton.
Correct.
Is Terrell's last name Franklin?
Yes.
What's his nickname or street name?
I don't know.
Does he go by Rel?
I don't know.
And so then back on December 19th, were you at 47 Canton at some point on that day?
Some point, yeah.
And so before that day, or let me rephrase that. You said that Terrell is your cousin.
Yeah, it's my blood cousin.
Okay, so that's a biological blood cousin.
Yeah.
And so before December 19th, how would you describe your relationship with Terrell? Was it good? Was it not?
We was cousins. We just it was like, yeah, we was good. We cousins.
I mean, you guys were cousins. You hung out before.
Yeah.
He would come over to 47 Canton, hang out, play games.
Yeah.
So before December 19th, you were on good terms with Terrell.
Correct.
And then, do you remember if there was a conversation with Terrell on December 19th that was not so good?
We was just arguing about the night. We just argued. I was mad at the fact that I don't know what he did or what had happened. I was just mad at the fact that he got the house surrounded. So we arguing about that, and so that's we basically got off on bad terms right there.
Okay. So without getting into all the details, the underlying details, but on December 19th, you had some conversation with Terrell that was not so good, it was not pleasant.
Correct.
So then on December 26th of 2022, on the day of the shooting, were you on good terms with Terrell?
No.
Do you know where Terrell was on December 26th?
He was in jail. We basically, that's why I said, because the 19th he got locked up and he ain't make bail or nothing, so I can't say we was on good terms because we never really got to talk it out or make up.
But I mean, before December 19th, you and Terrell are pretty good.
Yeah, we straight.
After December 19th, not so good.
Right.
On the day Mya was shot, or during the previous week, really focusing on that week in December, was there any accusations that you or Mya had snitched on Terrell?
Yeah.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning.
I think we need to have a sidebar because I'm not sure exactly where we're going with all this, but. Mr. Kirchhoff, do you want to make an objection or statement for the court?
Yes, I'm going to object on the basis of relevance. I'm going to go for a while, but now we're getting so far afield it's not even funny. There was absolutely nothing during the investigation regarding this, and to now, try to lead this this witness into saying, okay, yeah, maybe I had a fight with some other guy. That just does not. It isn't relevant to what we're here for today.
All right. I'm going to give the prosecutor some latitude on this matter. I think she's trying to develop a theory, possibly related to motive, and I'll let her do that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dean, I believe my question was, focusing on the day that Mya was shot or that previous week, did anyone accuse you or Mya of snitching on Terrell about something?
Yeah.
Who accused you of that?
He thought we told on him.
Did Terrell?
Terrell. He thought we snitched on him. Nobody snitched.
So Terrell thought either you or Mya snitched on him.
Correct.
And he told you that himself.
Yeah.
About the December 19th incident.
Right.
Do you know Keyante Newbern?
No.
Do you know someone that goes by the name K-Man?
We like around what time frame?
I'm talking now. So as you sit there right now.
Now, yeah.
So that the person that goes by the name K-Man, is that person in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Where's he at? Can you tell me something he's wearing?
The button, yeah,
Where is he seated at?
next to the old man.
Sorry, Mr. Kirkhoff, but may the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
Okay, just so we're talking, was it Tayman?
Tayman.
Tayman, okay. You know someone named Tayman, or that goes by Tayman?
I not before. I just learned that.
But you do now?
Due to the courts, yeah.
Okay. And is Tayman in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right, what's he wearing?
An ugly button-up shirt.
And he's sitting next to the old man at the defense table?
Yes.
He's identified the defendant, thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. And so, Mr. Dana, now you know this man over here is Tayman.
Yes.
So, how did you meet him, or how do you know the defendant?
I don't know him.
So, have you met him before?
Possibly, if so, I didn't. Yeah, I met him before.
Who did you meet him through?
I just seen him around with my cousin before. Nothing serious.
With Terrell?
Yeah.
So you've seen the defendant with Terrell before?
Yeah, that's it.
Is that how you met the defendant?
Yes.
Were you ever on good terms with the defendant?
We didn't speak.
So it's not like you hung out with the defendant?
I never hung out with him.
You just knew him through Terrell?
I just saw him before. Yes.
So on December 26th of 2022, the day that Mya was shot and killed, were you on good terms or bad terms with the defendant?
I don't know that man.
Never had any problems with him before?
I don't know that man.
Was there a time that you had a not so pleasant interaction with the defendant at 47 Canton?
I don't know him. I never had no problem with him.
Was there a time that you had an interaction with him on campus?
This has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
At this point, Ms. Cravat, I think we've established, I think what you need to establish, he's already asked and answered. He says, I don't know the man. He's not familiar with him. He's never had a conversation with him. So I think you need to move on.
Well, Your Honor, I believe I can refresh his memory about that or attempt to.
Well,
This is already said 3 times he didn't know him before December 26th.
if you have a statement to impeach him with, you can try to impeach him with a statement.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dean, I'm just going to show you a portion of a statement that you gave to Detective Sean Wolf, okay?
Okay.
At this point, I'm just going to ask you to look at it, read it to yourself.
Okay.
Okay? Really just this paragraph right here. You could read more or less if you want, but at least that paragraph.
Okay. Yes. What about it?
I'm sorry?
What about it?
So did you have a chance to read that?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that to the detective?
And
without getting into all the details of it, just first of all, do you remember saying that to the detective?
I would like to know what she's refreshing memory with.
Well, if you could, yeah, let him know, or you can go up there and review it. Why don't you show him what you're talking about here, Mr. Cravat?
May the record reflect, Your Honor, I did show it to Mr. Kirkhoff.
Okay, very good, thank you.
So, Mr. Dana, did you have a chance to read what I just showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that conversation with Detective Wolf?
I remember something similar to that, yeah.
And so without getting into all the details, did you tell detectives that you saw the defendant with Terrell on December 11th?
No, I did.
That's not what the statement says.
I did not. Can I talk?
Just not quite yet. I don't know what the statement says, I don't have it. Did you review the statement?
Yes.
Does it say that you saw the defendant with Terrell on December 12th?
No, I said I did not see that face. That face had I didn't see who that was. I didn't know who that was because they had a mask on.
And you didn't say in here that you thought it was Keyante?
No, they asked me did I think it was him because I said I don't know. I just seen the person had a mask on and they and I could see a tattoo, but I don't. I said I specifically said I'm not finna say that that's him because I'm not for sure. I'm not finna accuse nobody of doing something they didn't do. That's those my words.
Sure.
And it says that right there too.
But you have seen Tayman, the defendant, with Terrell on a number of occasions, correct?
On a number of occasions?
Yes.
Not a number of occasions, no.
More than one?
I don't even think it was more than one. I don't even know. I think it was just once that I saw them together, and it was just a normal day.
Mr. Dana, you knew that Terrell and the defendant were close, right?
Yeah, they friends.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I'm going to object to that. You know my client, Your Honor, saw him once. How can he say whether my client is close with somebody?
I agree, there's no foundation for that. If you want to try to lay a foundation, Ms. Pravat, that's fine. I think we need to move on though. Go ahead.
That was going to be my next question. If he's saying that they're close, I mean, what is he basing that on?
Well, it should be the other way around, Your Honor.
What do
If he
you?
didn't know my client, only saw my client once, he's not in a position to say who my client's friends with.
Do you know the extent of the relationship between Terrell and this gentleman? Do you know how close they were?
I knew my, I don't know, I knew my cousin was gay and I heard he was gay, so I thought they were sleeping with each other. That's all I knew. I only seen him one time.
Okay, you only saw him one time.
Yeah.
That's it. We're moving on to a different subject, Ms. Pravat.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so when Detective Wolf was speaking with you, Mr. Dana, you end up talking about, when you're talking about people who may want to harm you or who are mad at you on that day, did you talk about anybody else?
Anybody else far as who?
That wanted to harm you or that was mad at you on December 26th of 2022? Besides Terrell Franklin.
Besides Terrell Franklin? I said I don't recall. I don't even recall. I don't think I said nobody.
You didn't talk about LA?
We had our differences, but he didn't. I told him I didn't think he. I don't remember. I was kind of intoxicated that day.
Do you know Marquise Welch? I think he goes by the street name or nickname Black.
Black?
Yes.
No, I never heard of Black, but yeah, I seen Marquise Welch around before.
So I'm sorry, you said you've seen Marquise around before?
Yeah.
How do you know Marquise Welch?
Just seeing them around, like you just it's like you just see people. I just seen them around. I can't really tell you like I'm not saying we friends or I've hung with them. I just seen them around.
And so on December 26th of 2022, were you on good terms or bad terms with him? How would you describe that?
No terms. It was no.
Just no terms?
Yeah.
When you said you see Marquise around, have you ever seen Marquise Welch around with the defendant?
No.
You've never seen them together?
No.
So based on your personal knowledge of everything that was going on December 26th of 2022, based on what you know, was Mya the intended target of the shooting?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I just think that is gross speculation.
Sustained.
Thank you, Mr. I have no other questions right now.
Okay, Mr. Kirkhoff may have some questions for you, sir, okay? Mr. Kirkhoff, do you have some questions for this witness?
Yes, sure. Did you or Mya snitch on Terrell?
No.
And after Terrell got arrested, you spoke to him at the jail a number of times, didn't you?
Yes.
And you found out that it wasn't, or he found out it wasn't you or Mya, correct? Through these conversations that you didn't snitch on, right?
I told him I didn't tell him.
Okay. So there was no reason for him to be mad at you, was there?
He was still mad.
Yeah, but he knew that you were the snitch, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Go ahead and answer the question, sir.
He was still mad.
And you did talk to him a number of times when he was in jail, correct?
Ain't no a number of times. We spoke
How many
once.
times?
We spoke once.
Just once?
Yes.
And before December 26th, you had no idea who this individual was, did you?
Before December 26th?
Yep. You only learned his name and his nickname afterwards, right? After the shooting.
I saw him around before.
Yeah, but you didn't know who he was, did you?
By name?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, going back to December 26th, well, you remember testifying earlier in this same matter, correct?
Yeah. Wait, what you mean?
And when there was a knock at the door, you were gonna go to the door, but Mya told you not to. Remember that?
Yes.
And why'd she tell you not to?
Because I was out on bond and wasn't supposed to be over there.
She thought it might be the police, and therefore you shouldn't be answering the door, right?
Yep.
And you're not supposed to be there, correct?
Yep.
And despite that, you were there almost every night, weren't you?
Yep.
No, you don't remember telling the initial officer that she opened the door?
I never said she opened the door.
So that officer's wrong?
No, I don't even think an officer said that. That was never.
All right, but you do remember telling the police that it was a weird voice, right?
Correct.
Sounded like a white guy, right?
I don't remember. I don't think I
tell him
said
that?
I don't recall saying that. I don't
Do you
recall
remember
saying that.
telling him that, or is he wrong?
I said it was a weird voice.
And you don't remember following that up with saying it was a white guy, sounded like a white guy?
I said it was a weird voice. I did not recognize the voice.
You heard the officer or no, I'm sorry, you didn't, you weren't here.
Correct.
Okay, if the police officer said, and you said it was a weird voice and sounded like a white male, that's wrong?
I don't know what the police officer said, but I know what I said.
You did not say anything about a white male? Sounded like a white male?
I said, I'll get asked that question so many times that the answer keeps slightly changing because I keep saying it's a weird voice and y'all keep trying to ask me ways to make the voice sound like something. I don't know what the voice was. I did not recognize the voice. So if you ask me again, you're probably going to get a different answer because I don't recognize the voice. I'm trying to get you to understand that.
No further questions.
Anything else for this witness from the prosecution?
I got just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Man, I'm ready.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Can this witness be excused? I think he wants to be.
No objection.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're excused, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, next witness, please.
Can I have a moment to see who's out in the hallway?
Sure.
Jasper Keys.
Hi. Right over here, sir. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Very good. Have a seat, please. Go ahead, Mr. Faber.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you state and spell your first and last names, please?
Jasper Keys, Keys.
Jasper, common spelling?
Yes, Jasper.
Thank you, sir. My name is Jerry Faber. I'm with the prosecutor's office. I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Directing your attention back to December 26th of 2022. Where were you living at back on that date?
39 Canton.
Okay, I'm showing on the board here Exhibit 24.
No,
Do you right?
I live at 39.
Okay, so on this, can you see that image?
Yeah.
Do you see Canton Street, the gray horizontal line there? I'll zoom in a little bit.
Kind of hard to see at this point, sir.
Oops.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you, is that zoomed in enough for you?
Yeah,
sir?
I can see.
Do you see 39 Canton Street, that address?
It's not on there. Yeah, it is right there, next to 35.
Okay, yes, sir. So that would be where you were living back on December 26th?
Yeah.
2022?
Yeah.
Were you home in the evening hours on that day, the day after Christmas?
Yeah, but we was asleep.
Did something wake you up?
No. When I woke up, somebody knocked on the door. And I got dogs.
Okay, do you remember speaking to police back then?
Yeah, but I was half asleep at the time, and I was trying to get my dogs because they was always fighting, so I was trying to keep them from fighting each other at the time too. So there was a lot going on at the time.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to police?
Yeah.
Do you remember police asking you if you heard or saw anything related to a shooting?
No.
You don't recall that? May the record reflect and showing defense counsel page on the police report. Yeah, first, sir.
Sure.
Hi, Mr. Keys. If you could, to yourself, don't read it out loud. Read this paragraph right here below 39 Canton, Jasper Keys.
Right. Because I had TV on and everything. And then in my neighborhood, there's so much going on. So, you know, that wouldn't have fazed me anyway, because it's just everything. That neighborhood is like that. So, you know what I mean? That could have been anything. I don't, you know,
What thing could have been anything?
It could have been my TV was on too. I mean, it was a lot going on.
Okay, so what did you tell,
I told him that I could have heard shots or anything. I didn't tell him I knew, because I didn't. because that would have been wrong because it was a TV on and everything and I was asleep. So I mean, that would have been lying. So you know what I mean? I couldn't have said nothing like that. And like I said, that neighborhood is like that. So.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Back on December 26th, when you spoke to the police officer, whether it was shots or other noise, what time did you hear that noise?
I don't know.
Do you remember giving the police a time?
No, because I was asleep and I woke up. And so I can't really say, you know what I mean? I was, like I said, it was just, I don't remember all of that. And that was what?
So let me ask you this.
A while ago.
Did you tell the police that you heard 4 or 5 shots at 9:50 p.m.?
I told them I thought I heard.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, I didn't say it because I didn't know for sure.
So did you tell the police that you thought you heard 4 or 5
I
shots?
thought.
And that you had woken up and you looked at your clock and it was 9:50.
I don't remember all of that. I seen that, but I don't remember. I can't state that I said, because like I said, I woke up at the time. I can't, and that was a while ago. So I can't really go with that because I wouldn't, you know, that was.
So was your memory better back on December 26th?
I wouldn't know that because, like I said, I was asleep. Anybody that wakes up asleep and with all that going on, anything you can say, you know what I mean? I can't really. And like I said, and it's on it, and I wasn't definite about that too. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't just sit up, because my neighborhood, like I said, is like that. So my TV was on, and so anything could have happened. You know what I mean? So, and then when he knocked on the door, and then noise like that, that could have been the same thing. Okay. You know what I mean? So I'm not really sure. And then when you knock on my door, that noise is the same thing.
Mr. Keys.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying right now as you look back, but I'm asking you today, when you spoke to police, you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the police that you woke up to the loud sound of gunshots?
I wasn't sure what that was, like I stated on the paper.
And you remember looking at your clock and seeing that it was 9:50? And at least telling the officer that what possibly could have been gunshots was at 9:50.
I was woke. I still can't because I'm not sure about that because I woke up asleep, half sleep, man. I can't. No, if I had been woke, it'd have been different. But I was half asleep. That's I can't.
Mr. Keys, did you ever look outside that night?
After he came to the door, I looked out and seen all the polices and all that. Other than that, because like if you hear that noise, ain't no way I'm gonna stick my head out there.
Did you see or hear anything related to a shooting other than what you testified to already? Did you see anything?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkhoff?
Mr. Keys, you said the neighborhood is like that. Like what?
It's, you know, things happen.
So are you saying there's occasional shots in your neighborhood?
All the time.
Anything else for this witness, Mr. Faber?
No, thank you.
Mr. Keys, you're excused. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in. Next witness, please.
Officer James Smith.
Good afternoon, sir. Come on over. I'll swear you in right before you sit down, okay? Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Very good. Have a seat, please.
I actually just up here.
Well, these microphones speak of everything, okay? You talk, brother. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Faber.
And Your Honor, for the record, just to commemorate the sidebar, this officer's being called, he's available today, this afternoon only, he's being called out of order, just so that there's no confusion.
Okay. Basically, the prosecution's trying to present this in a linear fashion so it all makes sense, but this witness, to be accommodated for a schedule, is here kind of out of order. That's why what you're trying to tell them, right, Mr. Faber?
That's correct.
And I have no problem.
All right, very good. I already swore him in, so I think you're ready to go.
Sir, could you state and spell your first and last names?
It's James Smith, James Smith.
You're in uniform, but can you tell us your occupation, please?
I work for the Grand Rapids Police Department. I'm assigned to the Special Response Team.
A brief summary of what the special response team does.
We kind of handle anything the chief asks us to do. That's the easiest way to put it. Any kind of issues that need to be addressed, we handle it.
And is like the tactical team part of this, the special response team?
Absolutely, yep.
Like what would be on TV called SWAT?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Is it as glamorous as that or no?
Depends on the day.
Going back to December 27th of last year, 2022, do you have a good memory of that?
Yes, sir.
That date? Your memory is good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's refreshing. In the evening of December 27th, did you have occasion to perform a traffic stop on a 2013 Silver Dodge Journey?
Yes.
Can you describe where that occurred, please?
It was on Cherry, just west of Madison is where we initiated the traffic stop.
Cherry, west of Madison. Where is that in relation to, say, Division and Hall?
It'd be north of Hall, and it's east of Division. If you're downtown, it's just to the southeast of the center downtown area.
So maybe a mile or two north of Hall?
Yeah, it's approximately.
Okay. What was the reason for the traffic stop?
The vehicle had a cracked windshield across the front of the windshield.
Okay, so an equipment violation?
Yes, sir.
Describe the traffic stop, if you would, for the jury.
We activated our overhead siren or our overhead lights first. The vehicle slowed but did not stop. It continued a few city blocks there and was not stopping. Activated our sirens. The vehicle still didn't stop. And then when it finally came to a stop, we addressed it in a high-risk fashion.
Why is that?
Whenever a vehicle doesn't pull over right away, it's consistent people either trying to run or hide certain items or something like. We don't know exactly what's going on, but it's not normal if that would be a case. So.
And so how long from the moment your lights were first activated and this slowed to stop, over how long a period of time and over how big of a distance did that occur?
I would have to ask, I don't know, I'd estimate several seconds, an extended period of time.
And you said a high-risk stop. Describe that, please.
It's when we have our firearms out and we're addressing the occupants in the vehicle, we call them back to us instead of just approaching the vehicle.
So in addition to the driver, was there anybody else in this vehicle?
It was just the driver.
And who was the driver?
Marquise Welch.
Describe your interaction with Mr. Welch.
He advised that the driver door had damage, so he had to exit out the passenger side. He walked back to us. He was detained in handcuffs. After the vehicle was confirmed clear, full search of his person was conducted. He had no driver's license. You want me to continue?
So no driver's license, that's an arrestable offense?
Yes, sir.
So he was searched. Did you do the search or did you witness the search?
Officer Tyler Smith conducted the search, and I was standing right there with him as a cover officer.
Okay. Were there any weapons found on Mr. Welch?
No weapons.
What about cell phones?
There was a cell phone, some money in the under $400, I believe, and then there was some suspected narcotics that later tested.
On his person?
On his person.
And was that cell phone was placed into evidence?
Yes.
Did you observe the damage to the door that prevented the driver's door from opening?
No, I don't remember looking at the driver's door. We just took his word for it that it was damaged and wouldn't open.
Do you recall the license plate number of the vehicle that you stopped that Mr. Welch was driving?
I don't have it memorized, but it was listed in my report.
Would you look at the report to refresh your memory?
Absolutely.
And the record reflects showing defense counsel a copy of Officer Smith's police report. Approach it.
Yes. If you could just read to yourself the beginning of the first paragraph there.
Yep, license plate, Michigan registration, Edward King Paul, 9524.
Without Mr. Welch having a driver's license and him being the only occupant, was the vehicle towed and impounded?
Yes, it was parked in the roadway, blocking traffic. The registered owner was not on scene. It was towed.
And is there an inventory policy when you take custody of a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Was an inventory search done of that vehicle?
Yes.
Did you participate in the search of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any firearms?
No firearms.
Any ammunition?
I did not find any. No.
Any ammunition components such as shell casings?
Not that I found.
Anything of evidentiary value?
There's two tablets located in the vehicle. One was on the third row driver's side, and the other one was in the front passenger floorboard.
By tablet, you don't mean pills, do you mean electronic?
Yeah, I apologize. Yep, an electronic tablet.
Okay. You mentioned narcotics. Were there any narcotics found in the vehicle?
Just on Marquise's person.
Just on his person. One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have nothing further.
Any questions for Officer Smith, Mr. Kirkhoff?
Yes, you said you found what you thought was drugs. Did they test positive?
They did.
For what?
Fentanyl?
Was he also arrested on that then?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when you pull up, when you find out who he is, you also run his name through lien, correct?
That's correct.
And he had a couple of conditional release orders, unconditional release orders.
Objection, relevance?
Mr. Kirkhoff, what's the relevance of this?
Well, I want to know what he was arrested on,
I think that's valid. If you go ahead.
He had two conditional release violations. One was for narcotics, and the other one I don't 100% recall, but I know one was for narcotics.
Next one in your report, will that refresh your memory?
Absolutely, it was detailed in there. Got it.
Okay. What was the other one for?
Felon in possession of a firearm.
And was he was he also arrested on these, for violating these bond orders?
It's a conditional release violation, yes, sir.
I have nothing to read.
Anything else for this witness?
So he, in addition to the drugs that were found in his person, he was arrested on violations of bond for drugs and guns.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Kirkhoff?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Officer
Thank you,
Smith. You are excused.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Next witness, please.
We will call Roberto Augustin.
Okay, and do we need an interpreter for this one? Okay, we have one, I assume.
That was the reason for the hesitation.
Okay. Okay, let the record reflect we have Donna Boss as our interpreter this afternoon. Do we have 2 chairs up there? Okay, before we begin, I need to swear in, first of all, Ms. Boss as an interpreter. Ms. Boss, could you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications. So help you God.
I do.
Very good, thank you. And at this point, I will swear in the witness. Sir, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
All right, very good. Be seated, please. Go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Faber.
Puede empezar cuando esté listo, señor Faber.
Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor.
Could you state and spell your first and last names?
¿Usted puede decir y deletrear su nombre y su apellido, por favor?
Roberto Agustín.
Roberto Agustín.
Es R-O-B.
It's R-O-B.
T-O-A-U-G-U-A. S.
A-U-G-U-S.
T-I-N.
T-I-N.
And back on December 26th of 2022.
Entonces el 26 de diciembre de 2022, ¿dónde vivía?
En la 23 Cantón.
At 23 Canton.
Southwest Grand Rapids.
Southwest Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Were you home on the evening of December 26th?
¿Usted estaba a casa en la noche del 26 de diciembre?
Sí, estaba en la casa.
Yes, I was at home.
Did you have some contact with police?
¿Usted tuvo algo de contacto con la policía?
Tuvo contacto con ellos cuando entraron en la casa a chequear la cámara.
I had contact with them when they came into the house to check the cameras.
Okay. Does your house have a camera on the outside of your home?
¿La casa suya tiene una cámara en la parte exterior de la casa suya?
Sí.
Yes.
And where is it located on the front of your home?
¿Y dónde está ubicada en la parte de enfrente de su casa?
Enfrente está arriba de la casa.
In front.
Mero arriba.
It's up on the house.
On the second floor?
¿En el segundo piso?
Sí, en el segundo piso.
Yes, on the second floor.
And what does the camera point at?
¿Y dónde está apuntada la cámara?
Está apuntada enfrente que mira toda la calle.
It's pointing toward the front. It sees the whole street.
Canton Street?
La calle Canton.
Sí, la calle donde vivo.
Yes, the street where I live.
Okay, and 23 Canton is what was your testimony?
Y la 23 Canton, eso fue su testimonio.
Sí.
Yes.
On Exhibit 24 here, can you see the numbers on the houses?
En la prueba número 24, ¿te puede ver los números en las casas?
No puedo.
No.
I can't see him. I'm like 15 feet closer,
Yo
Mr.
no lo
Faber.
puedo
So.
verlo si tengo de cerca más 50 pies.
¿Y qué tienen que ver en esos números de casa?
And what does the house numbers have to do with it?
You see the number 23.
Ya, pues
¿Usted
la
mira el número
23, la
23?
Cantón, ahí está allí.
¿Dónde?
Ahí está la 23.
Yeah, the 23 is there.
So on the north side of Canton
En
Street.
la parte del norte de la calle Canton. Yes.
So the camera points directly in front of your
Está
house?
La
apuntada
cámara está apuntada directamente
Sí,
enfrente de su
enfrente de la
casa.
casa.
Yeah, in front of the house.
que agarra todo.
It takes in everything.
Do you remember the police coming to you to see if they could obtain video evidence?
¿Usted recuerda que la policía venía a usted para ver si podían obtener las pruebas video?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you cooperate with them and provide video evidence?
¿Usted cooperó con ellos y le dio las pruebas de video? Yes, yes.
Did you, prior to contact with police,
Antes del contacto con la policía,
on the evening of December 26,
en la noche del 26 de diciembre
2022,
2022,
did you hear or see anything related to a shooting?
¿usted escuchó o vio algo relacionado?
Yo no
a un
vi
disparo?
nada, yo andaba
I didn't
durmiendo.
see anything, I was
ese
sleeping.
día. Yo nunca no escuché nada.
I never heard anything.
Yo nomás di la autorización a la
I just
policía
gave the
que checaba las
authorization for
cámaras.
the police to check the cameras.
And the timestamp on your camera,
Y la hora y fecha que están en la cámara
was it accurate?
fue correcto.
Es que las cámaras que tengo no está bien las horas.
The
como
cameras
está.
that I have, the hours aren't quite right on them.
Okay, an officer that you had contact with said that they were a little bit over 5 hours off.
Un,
That's inaccurate?
un oficial de policía con quien usted tuvo contacto dijo de que la hora en las cámaras era como de 5 horas equivocadas.
Sí, exactamente.
Yeah.
Está, las horas, como un ejemplo, está grabando, no sé, no le puedo activar bien.
That I
Por eso
can't,
están
the hours
las
that
horas.
it's showing when it's activated, I can't arrange them or fix them very well.
And you didn't see or hear anything
¿Y usted no
related to
vio, no escuchó nada relacionado al...
No, yo no.
No.
Y las cámaras a la policía que checaba todo. Y lo único es eso.
And the cameras that the police checked, that's all there was.
Okay, and you gave them everything?
Usted les dio todo.
Sí, todo que checaba.
Yes, everything that they checked, everything.
Thank you for your time.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Any questions for this witness?
¿Alguna pregunta para este testigo, no, señorío?
All right, thank you, Mr. Augustin. I appreciate your
Gracias,
testimony.
señor Agustín, aprecio
Thank you,
su
Ms. Boss, for
testimonio.
interpreting
Gracias,
here
señora
for
Boss,
us
por
today.
interpretar
You are
para
both
tu
excused.
Los dos se pueden salir.
¿Ya esto?
It's all?
Sí.
Sí.
Gracias.
Okay.
Next witness, please.
People call Detective Derek Hall. Also out of order, Your Honor, for expedited time. Is that?
Sure, that sounds good. And I think we'll take a break after this witness, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Have a seat, please. Go ahead, Mr. Faber.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state and spell your first and last names, please?
My name is Derek Hall, D-E-R-E-K-H-A-L-L.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I am a detective at the Grand Rapids Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
I've been with the city of Grand Rapids a little over 7 years.
Any law enforcement experience prior to that?
No, sir.
And how long have you been a detective?
Almost 3 years.
So fairly quick rise to the detective bureau.
Yes, sir.
Humble, humility is good. Did you become involved in a homicide that occurred on December 26, 2022 at 47 Canton Street?
I did. I was called in that evening to the scene along with Detective Wolf and Detective Bayless.
Detective Wolf seated here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Bayless?
Yes, sir.
Was there a lead detective? Like, how does it work with the detective bureau? Is there one lead assigned with assistants?
At the time I was in the general case unit, Detective Wolf and Detective Bayless are in the major case team. I was brought in just to assist, but Detective Wolf is the primary investigator on the incident.
You said you arrived there that evening. At what time? If you know approximately what time you might have arrived.
I believe it was just after midnight.
And what was your role upon your arrival there?
My job essentially was to stay with Detective Wolf and assist him with whatever he needed. When we arrived there, there was it was quite cold. It was dark outside, so it took us a while to do a walkthrough of the scene. Our crime scene techs were called. They were there processing when we got there. We briefly looked in the home, just poked our heads in essentially, and then some of the family members arrived. We assisted with dealing with them, and then also with a canvas of the area, which includes, you know, talking to witnesses, looking for cameras, that type of stuff.
In relation to cameras, did you become involved in the collection of potential video evidence?
Some, but that was after the fact. We have a detective that's specifically assigned to gather and maintain video evidence. He was also called in that evening. Once a piece of video evidence was identified, it was actually him that did the collection, but I was involved later in analyzing several pieces of video.
All right, so that's what I'd like to talk with you about first right now. When you're analyzing a video, in this case, was there something specifically at the onset of the investigation that you were looking for?
There was. Several of the homes on Canton had home surveillance systems. The only one that we found from a residence was at 23 Canton, which is, I believe, 5 homes east of where this incident took place. They had a camera that was up towards their second story facing south, and it was a home that was on the north side of the road, so the main camera captured both the sidewalks of Canton, essentially. That was gathered by Detective Porter that evening.
Okay, but you personally analyzed that video from 23 Canton?
I did the following day, yes.
One moment, Your Honor. I'll move for the admission of Exhibit 22, video obtained from 23 Canton.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
22 is admitted.
And before I go to...
Oh, sorry.
You see 23, your eyesight, you're young. Do you see 23 Canton?
I do.
I think you're correct about the number. 23 is 5 houses down from where 47 Canton is.
That's correct. 47 and 43 are the same. 47 is not notated on there, but it's a duplex. So the west side of that building that says 43 is the address 47.
Before I start to play the video, you said that the camera was on the front second story of 23 Canton?
Yeah, it was elevated and kind of looked down facing to the south.
To the south, okay.
Yes.
And you have permission to publish?
Granted.
22.
22. And if you could pause it. The date and the timestamp. Were there efforts made to compare it with actual time, to compare the posted time with actual time?
Yes, it was immediately apparent on scene that the time was off. That was noted, I believe, by the resident to Detective Porter upon collection, but then that time was verified via our police arrival. We have an in-car video system that links to Axon, and it has the real timestamp on there. Eventually in this video you can see when those officers respond, and that so the time can be verified. But I believe that the timestamp on there is 5 hours and 14 minutes fast.
Okay, so we're going to have some math involved here.
Unfortunately, yes.
So when if you notice something that drew your attention as potential evidence, just let us know and we'll pause the. Maybe we can hit the lights. Yes.
Pause it. So this is a vehicle that was identified in a silver Dodge Journey. In this video segment, that is the first time that it drives by. You'll see approximately 3 minutes later, it drives by again. You can tell it's the same video because or the same vehicle. It has very distinct damage on the driver's side door. It's hard to see in that specific frame, but.
And that's at the timestamp 3 o'clock and 6 seconds, or 18 seconds into the playing of the video.
Right, which.
Let's back this up just maybe let's start at the beginning. We'll pause it when the vehicle you mentioned first appears. Stop it there. And then I think with E, we can move frame by frame. So stopping it at timestamp 3 o'clock and 3 seconds. If you notice, tell us to pause if you notice the damage you're referring to.
So you can see on the driver's side door and along that front left wheel, that front left fender, there is pretty extensive damage. It was especially viewable when it's pretty much in line with that pickup truck that's parked right there.
And now, pause it there at 3 o'clock and 6 seconds. You said 5 hours and 14 minutes fast.
I believe so, yes.
So that would be 9:46 p.m.
That's correct. On the 26th.
So now hit play. You testified that about 3 minutes later, the vehicle reappeared?
That's correct.
This is a residential street.
It is.
So not uncommon to see residents coming and going.
No, it's very common. The entire Burton Heights area is pretty much residential, except for the intersection of basically Burton and Division. All the streets off of Division on both sides are all homes. So you'll see here again in a second that that same silver Dodge Journey drives by again.
seem to start to accelerate there at 30306, which would be 949.
That's correct.
06. And at that moment, that damage is pretty visible in this image, right?
It is, and it was, I think there's a frame or two back where it's caught in the light, and you can see it much better too.
Continue to play. Play. What's the next thing of evidentiary value that you find?
So a short time later, you're going to see a lone individual running on the north sidewalk eastbound. Although dark, you can tell that he has a fairly distinct jacket on that's two-tone. The top half is a different color than the bottom half.
And this is 5 houses down from 47 Canton.
That's correct.
Would that be about half a block?
Yes.
Stop it at 304, 19. Back it up for 10 seconds. Did we just see the individual that you were referring to?
We did, yes. So he's on that sidewalk closest to the camera.
So that's on the north sidewalk running toward Division.
Correct.
Running to the east. And then hit play, and we'll do the frame by frame.
So there he is, just coming into frame.
304-14.
It's harder to see when it's stopped on each frame, but when you play it, you can see that his coat is two-tone, lighter on the bottom, darker on the top.
Bring it back to 304-10 and then hit play. it's right now 3:04:20 in real time. That would be 9:50 and 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So to recap here, your testimony is the Dodge Journey first passed at 9:46, then again at 9:49, then that lone runner heading east was at 9:50 and 20 seconds, or 15 seconds.
That was all accurate, yes.
With those vehicles heading to the east, did you investigate any surveillance cameras further east from 23 Camden?
So I'm familiar with the individual that works for the Rapid that has access to cameras at the bus stops, whichever ones do have them. There is a bus stop at the northwest corner of Canton and Division, which Division is the next avenue to the east. I obtained that video the next day. It wasn't as useful. It didn't really show much. Due to this being north of Canton, we deduced that the person didn't run to the north then because they would have gone by the cameras. There was also video that was obtained from the business at the southwest corner. It's an automotive shop called Luna. Again, that was Detective Porter that handled obtaining that video, but I assisted with analyzing it.
The bus stop, or move off, what was the camera view of the bus stop video? What was it pointed at?
So the cameras at the bus stops are up in the awnings and they generally face down, so they'll capture if a bus pulls up and somebody gets off, but that's generally it. That and then a small portion of the sidewalk. There was a person that gets off of a bus a few minutes before this incident. He's in a construction vest and you can see him on the camera, but it's very brief.
All right, the people move for the admission of exhibits 25 and 26, two video clips from Luna Auto.
Thank you. 25 and 26 are admitted.
So can you orient the jury as to the direction of the camera here?
Yes, so this is the video from Luna, the automotive shop. It's the southwest corner of Canton and Division. You can see, I know there's a lot of snow, but you can see where the vehicles with the backup lights on. That's actually the silver Dodge Journey with the distinct damage. But right now it's essentially in the middle of Canton. The avenue you can see with the divider is Division. So this camera is facing northeast, essentially.
You have a laser pointer up there, I believe. You could show the jury Division.
So this is Division that runs along here. The camera's kind of it's almost like tilted too, so it's a little distorted. But this is Division, and then this is Canton. So Division runs north and south. Canton runs to the west off of Division.
For the record, you had on exhibit 25, you described Division as the snow-covered road that runs from the middle right of the screen to the top center on a diagonal, and then Canton Street was the horizontal road near the top of the screen.
That's correct.
What you said, this was the suspect's vehicle, the one that had your interest?
Yes. So
before I get into that, two questions regarding the camera system. Is this constantly recording, or is it motion sensor?
So Detective Porter again, he's the detective that handles the video. When he obtained the video, it was fairly segmented, and the reasoning for that is that it's a motion camera system. So there are spots where it is off. For instance, this clip is immediately following the last time we saw the Dodge Journey drive by, and luckily it picked up the motion and activated. Before this, there's I think a 3 or 4 minute gap before the most previous video. So this is picking up right after the video from 23 Canton, the last time that silver Dodge Journey pulls through. So it came from over here and then pulled to right here. And we verified that again with the timestamps. The timestamp on this video was within a few seconds, I remember, but I don't think it's visible.
Okay, so to compare that with your testimony from the 23 Canton address, the second time the vehicle drove by on that camera system was 9:49:05.
That's correct. Yes.
And you said this is an accurate, fairly accurate, like well within a minute?
Definitely within a minute, yeah.
And this is, and it's hard to see at the top of 12:26:22, 9:49.
Yeah, I think it says 50 seconds maybe.
Okay, so in the same minute as when it passed by 23 Canton the second time.
That is correct.
We can start to hit play, exhibit 25.
So again, you can see that briefly before it was out of view, but it does have the damage to the driver's side door is still visible.
How's it there? So at 9:50 and 22 seconds, did the headlights go off?
Yes.
You back it up a little. 10 seconds. We're just backing exhibit 25 up.
So you can see after he pulls in and comes to a stop, the headlights on the vehicle turn on.
But the brake lights are still on. Keep playing this through to completion.
So if everyone noticed there, the individual that was observed running
of the car.
That's correct.
Automatic play. Stop it there. At 9:54. Are the headlights on or off?
The headlights are off at this point.
All right, frame by frame. Is there any damage noticeable on the passenger side of the vehicle?
I believe there was some slight damage, yes, on the front passenger door. Again, there is, it's actually visible right there. There's a crease on that passenger door.
Okay, and when you said right there, you're indicating the, basically on the front passenger door of the Dodge Journey.
That's correct.
And it's just a few frame by frames. And just continue to play. Which direction did the Dodge Journey drive on Division?
So they turned from eastbound Canton to southbound Division there. Again, no headlights activated.
Any cameras that you analyzed south of Division and Canton?
I did. Detective Porter also got video from the gas station. That is at the northwest corner of Division and Hall. Hall is the next street south of Canton. So it's essentially behind that camera that we just watched.
Did you have a chance to analyze that video?
I did, yes.
All right, move for the admission of Exhibit 27, the Sunoco gas station video.
No objection.
Thank you. 27 admitted.
So we have sound on this one.
We do.
Was there, I don't know if I asked you this, but any sound on the 23 Canton?
No.
Any sound on the Luna Auto video?
No, sir.
So can you orient the jury? What's the camera?
So I believe this is essentially, it's on the south of the building. It's somewhere near the front door, but again, it's kind of at a weird angle, but it's facing south. This is going to be Hall Street right here. And then you can see this avenue right here is Division.
So a short view of the street that runs diagonally in the bottom left corner with the McDonald's sign, that's Division.
Correct.
And then the less steep horizontal line that runs through the center with the gas station pump in front of it, that's Hall Street.
Correct.
Where's Hall? Hall runs east and west?
Correct.
And where is Hall in relation to Canton?
So again, Hall is the next street south of Canton. Both run east and west.
During your analysis of this video, did you see the same vehicle that you observed on Canton and at the Luna Auto?
I did. So the first time that the Silver Dodge Journey is viewable from the video of 23 Canton. It makes the block and then comes around and can be seen the first time going then west on Hall Street. The next avenue to the west of here is Buchanan, so it can be deduced that they went over to, or I'm sorry, Ionia Avenue would be the next west. So west on Hall Street, north on Ionia, and then east again on Canton. It can be seen making that rotation.
And in terms of relationship to real time, how accurate is this?
I believe it was fairly accurate, or at least within a few minutes.
All right, the report indicated within 1 minute of real time, would that be?
That's correct, yes.
That's forward to 9:46. to start Exhibit 27 at 9:46:27 when you see the vehicle that you just referred to at the policy.
I think she. Pause it. So again, you can see that dent on this is facing the passenger side, so that distinct crease on the passenger side door easily tells us that's that same silver Dodge Journey. This would be the just after the first time that we saw it on the 23 Canton video.
So, and that's at 9:47:02 that we pause that. Could you back it up? Just a few seconds, just like 5 seconds. And then we'll do it. That's it. Pause it there. 9:47 even. Does that show the damage that you were just referring to on the front passenger door?
It does.
And are the headlights on at this point?
They are.
Just pause it there. And at any point during your review of this video, since it has audio, were you able to hear any apparent gunshots?
It was. Just prior to seeing, well, you'll see the vehicle after it leaves the Luna lot, goes south on Division and then takes a westbound turn on Hall Street, and it's visibly trying to get out of the area, no headlights on, speeding away. Just prior to that, you can hear of several gunshots.
So fast forward to 9:50. So we're not, so the first image of the Dodge Journey was at 9:47 with headlights on. And fast forward 3 minutes to 9:50.
So when comparing to the other cameras, at this time, the Journey would be backing into the lot of the automotive place at Canton Division.
And just hit play from there. But 9:50 in 10 seconds.
That's correct. There's, I'm sure everybody could hear it, but there's several shots in quick succession. Sounds about 4 or 5 gunshots.
And just rewind it back to start it again at 9:49:49.
Display.
So several gunshots. At this time, the individual would be running eastbound on the north sidewalk of Canton towards that parked Dodge Journey.
And then do you see, in your review of this, do you see that same vehicle again?
You do, yes.
All right, so with the gunshot sounds that you described at 9:50 and 10 seconds, we're starting this at 9:50:15. I'm just going to play this until you see that vehicle again.
Okay.
Stop it at 9:51:31. Can you go back to the beginning of that vehicle?
So again, easily identifiable by the damage. You can see that it's now going westbound on Hall, still no headlights on.
This is at 9:51:26, where it's passing in the bottom left corner of the screen. And just hit frame by frame for a few seconds. Headlights on or off?
Headlights are off at this point.
And stopping exhibit 27 at 9:51:29. So where, after reviewing this video, where did your investigation lead next as it relates to any connection to a particular individual with that vehicle?
So at this point, this would have been the day after the incident. Detective Wolf, Bayless, and I had all received this video footage and were independently analyzing it. After seeing that distinct damage on that Dodge Journey, what I did was I went back through our records. We have the ability to search contacts with vehicles by like make and color and those types of things. So I put every contact we had with a silver Dodge Journey in chronological order and went from most recent back. And then whenever we had contact with them, I would watch if there was body camera footage associated, or if there was pictures taken because it was involved in an incident, those types of things. It didn't take me long, actually. I found one from the summer before this, so I think it was in either June or July. We had a contact with a silver Dodge Journey, and it immediately stuck out to me because the person listed as the driver is named Marquise Welch in that contact. So he was associated with this Dodge Journey, and I was familiar with Mr. Welch from previous incidents. I believe there was a citation issued in that incident, so the body camera footage was saved. It was at a bank in the middle of the day at a well-lit area, so I was able to watch that officer's body camera footage when he approaches this silver Dodge Journey, and I immediately could tell that it was the same one. He walks up on the driver's side, and it's that same damage pattern that's on the silver Dodge Journey in this video. In that contact, he also states that he can't open the driver's side door because of how he was hit and it was damaged, which is important to know.
Were you aware that Mr. Welch was arrested December 27th?
I was, yes.
And that vehicle that he was driving was impounded?
It was.
Have you personally seen that vehicle in police custody?
I don't believe I have, no.
Okay. So now you have a name that is potentially associated with the vehicle. What steps did you do in relation to the next part of your investigation?
So on the 27th, I believe our Mr. Welch was arrested driving that vehicle. So he was lodged at at Kent County, and then the vehicle was impounded. Obviously, it's a vehicle of interest because we can relate it to this video footage. It was at the scene of a homicide just prior and then fleeing afterwards. So search warrants were conducted to search that vehicle and process it for evidence. And also at the time of Mr. Welch's arrest, he had a cell phone with him, which are very useful because they store a lot of data. Whether it's conversations, text messages, phone calls, location data, those types of things. Mr. Welch's phone was taken from him at that time, and then a search warrant was obtained and it was downloaded. And just like with the video evidence, I analyzed the data from his phone.
So directing your attention to your review of data, would that include text messages?
Yes.
Did you look for text messages between Mr. Welch from your analysis of his phone with anybody else on the date of the homicide, December 26th?
I did. So there's a function in that program to just put everything into a timeline. And basically I looked at from the start of the day, Mr. Welch's day on the 26th, and then as it got closer to the incident, trying to see who he was communicating with, who he was possibly with. And I found at approximately 4:30 p.m., somewhere around there, he's having a text conversation with somebody listed in his phone as Taeman, Taeman. I'm not sure of the specific phone number, but in that conversation, they agree to meet up, and the basis of that is Mr. Welch is going to pick up this Taeman. The conversation, Taeman says that he's at the Big Top, which I know is the convenience store at 36 in Clyde Park. It's called the Big Top. So he agrees around 4:30 to pick him up. I think Taeman says he's cashing out. I'll be out in a second. So with that, I was interested in who this Taeman was and who Mr. Welch was picking up. So I went to that grocery store and with the assistance of management, reviewed footage from the day of the 26th around 4:30 when that conversation takes place.
I'm sorry, Mr. Faber. We've been at this about 2 hours. I think we do need to take a break. This witness has taken longer than I thought. So we'll take a break at this time. It's somewhat of a logical stopping place. So we'll take about 15 minutes. About 3:20, we'll keep plugging away, okay? I'll rise for the exit of the jury, please.
You can get off the stand if you want. I'm comfy. I wasn't excused by the judge.
There's a pretty good chance, no, he's going today. There's a pretty good chance Sheila's not going today. That's a discussion for the prosecutor to have with her. How long do you want to go today? Romero is fairly brief. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Yeah, you want to, I mean, we got the ad. We got it here.
Anybody else have questions for the family before I interrupt?
I do. Michelle, the last time you and I spoke, you told me he was here with 50 of his fraternity brothers. Not one of them left the bar to go with him. I know you were close, that was some of his friends as well. What have those conversations been like since?
With the boys. I mean, they're heartbroken also. I mean, he's their best friend. And we love these boys like our own. And it's just as hard on them as it is on us.
And right now, we really are focusing on
bringing Riley home.
his last point.
He's my best friend. He's everything.
Is that it? So we.
All right, and speaking of, the family of Riley Strain tell us that they are feeling left in the dark right now. It's been over a week, of course, without their loved one. They say they're frustrated by the lack of communication and action.
Before they come up, there's just, anybody else have questions for the family before I interrupt?
I do. Michelle, the last time you and I spoke, you told me he was here with 50 of his fraternity brothers. Not one of them left the bar to go with him. I know you were close, that was some of his friends as well. What have those conversations been like since?
With the boys. I mean, they're heartbroken also. I mean, he's their best friend. And we love these boys like our own. And it's just as hard on them as it is on us.
And right now, we really are focusing on
bringing Riley home.
his last point.
He's my best friend. He's everything.
Is that it? So we.
right, be seated, please. Okay, anything before we bring the jury back in, Mr. Faber? No. Mr. Kirkland? All right, thank you. All rise for the jury, please. All right, be seated, please. Okay, Mr. Faber, you can continue with your examination of Detective Hall. Go ahead.
I believe we left off, I was asking about, did you take any efforts to link the number associated with K-Man on Marquise Welch's phone with an individual beyond a nickname?
I did. I touched on this before, but everything on Mr. Welch's phone I put viewed in a timeline mode, so I could start it at the beginning of the day on the 26th, and anybody that he corresponded with, I would put the phone number in a program we have, which will give you any data about the person who's registered to that phone number. The phone number for Tay-Man came back to Keyante Newbern, so at that point, he was tentatively ID'd at that point as the person he was talking to, just based on that the number was registered to him.
Keyante Newbern, the defendant?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you see, I want to direct your attention to 5 specific text messages between Welch and Tay-Man. Did you have a chance to look at that as part of your investigation?
I did.
Related to the big top?
Yes. Again, at about 4:30 p.m. on the 26th, so that would have been a little over 5 hours before the incident occurred. There is a conversation between Mr. Welch's phone and Mr. Newbern's phone where they're talking about where they're discussing picking Mr. Newbern up. Again, that's from, they said the Big Top, which I deduced was the Big Top grocery store. And all of these text messages are time-stamped. I believe there's one where Mr. Welch says, "I'm here." I think there's one where Mr. Newbern says, "I'm cashing out." Something along those lines.
Your Honor, I move to the admission of exhibits 36 to 40, which are these text strings.
Any objection?
No.
36 to 40 are admitted.
Start with 36. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So this is a text from Mr. Newbern's phone to Mr. Welch's phone saying about to be outside. I'm sorry, it's the other way around. It's Mr. Welch texting Mr. Newbern saying he's about to be outside. I think there's a previous text to this where they talk about that it's the Big Top.
We'll go to exhibit 37 now.
Okay, and there it is. That is from Mr. Newbern's phone to Mr. Welch's phone, telling Mr. Welch to pull up to the Big Top.
That's at 4:34:43.
That's correct.
Exhibit 38. 4:35:22. This is from who to who?
That is, again, from Mr. Newbern to Mr. Welch's phone, saying that he's essentially about to check out.
To the 39.
And that is Mr. Welch's phone texting Mr. Newbern's phone saying that he's there.
At 4:36:14. And finally, 40.
And that is Mr. Newbern responding to Mr. Welch in the affirmative. Okay.
Did you have occasion to go to the Big Top to see if they had interior and exterior surveillance cameras?
I did. Immediately after going through Mr. Welch's phone, this stuck out to me as the most likely scenario where I would be able to get surveillance footage showing an interaction, because obviously it's in a public place, it's at a grocery store. So I went to the Big Top grocery store.
I would move for the admission of exhibits 28 through 33, video clips from Big Top.
Any objection?
No, yeah.
28 through 33 are admitted.
And one final question before we get to the videos, Detective. There was reference in the text message from Mr. Newbern indicating he's in the checkout now at the Big Top. Did you take any measures to see if there's a financial record showing a transaction with any credit card associated with Mr. Newbern?
I did not. Detective Romero has the ability to check financial transactions. I notified him of this incident after getting video, but later down the road, in this video, you'll see that there is somebody at the checkout line at the same time that Mr. Newbern's phone is texting Mr. Welch's phone saying that he's cashing out now. That individual is clearly making a transaction. Those records were obtained, and matching up that transaction to the video, a card that's registered to Mr. Keyante Newbern was used during that purchase.
We move for the admission of exhibit 35.
Any objection to 35?
I want to see it.
Sure.
No objection.
Thank you. 35 is admitted.
So due to some privacy laws, obviously, some of this information is redacted, including the card number. But this is essentially the receipt of the transaction made. And you can see that bottom transaction at the Big Top Market, 3630 Clyde Park Avenue, which is the address of the Big Top, on the 26th at approximately 4:38 p.m. in the amount of $20.24. And that is with the card registered to Mr. Keyante Newbern.
Now I'd like to queue up exhibit 29, please. Go to 431.50. So 16, pause it there. For people not familiar with military time, I know the police department uses military time. 16:29:15 would be what in civilian parlance?
That'd be 4:29 p.m.
Okay, so a time of 4:31:50 or 16:31:50. We can pause it there. As you look at anybody in line, does anybody stand out to you?
So this was the first video that I saw because I had the store manager go to the timestamp of the text messages, the conversation, and this was essentially the first clip that I saw. I immediately recognized the individual on the right.
At 16:31 even.
On the right, standing in this checkout line, because of this distinct coat that is dark on top and white on the bottom. This is about a little over 5 hours before the shooting incident occurred. And we were looking for an individual with this coat on.
Now if you can fast forward just to 4:31:50. That's close enough. We'll start playing at 4:31:41. What was he holding in his hand, if you could see that?
So you could see the individual in the distinct coat is very clearly texting or doing something on his phone at that time.
Pause it at 16:32:53. Again, phone activity.
Yes, it appears that he is having a conversation with somebody.
I don't know if the big top video is synced with cell phone, atomic time or whatever, but does that roughly correspond with the timing of the text messages?
It's within a few minutes, yes.
Now if we can fast forward to 4:35. We can start playing at 4:34:40. That was a credit card transaction at 16:35 or 4:35?
It was. That is the transaction that we obtained the data for, showing the card registered to Mr. Newbern.
So we could cue up Exhibit 28, please. Play 28, and in the first few seconds, I just want you to see if you observe the person that appears to be the one at the register. Anybody standing out to you there?
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to pause it or not.
Awkward moment there.
So, obviously, he's very far away here, but with that coat on, he's very distinct. Again, dark on top, white on the bottom, two-tone jacket.
Now cue up exhibit 30. Go to 435 to 1635. Are these registers from another camera angle?
It is, yeah. This so the registers are over here, obviously, on the left side of the camera angle, and then this would be the. Anyway, where the gentleman in the well, now he disappeared. Kind of by the guy in the black coat. That's the exit door that goes out into the parking lot that faces north.
On the right side of the screen.
That's correct.
So at 1634.52, you see that individual?
This is having some problems, but yes, he's on the left side of the video there. Again, distinct.
Basically on the left side under the 22 of the date 2022?
That's correct.
Okay, then you can continue to play. Pause it at 1635.24. How would you describe the pants that this individual's wearing?
They're essentially like skinny jeans, faded. I think acid wash is the term. Those are. I'm not too familiar with the hip clothing, but I think that's the term for them.
And well, I would move for the admission of exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Any objection to 34? 34 is admitted.
Basically a screenshot of this individual at the register.
That's correct. I believe that's from the first camera angle we watched from inside the big top.
Now moving to, did you have occasion to look at the exterior cameras?
We did.
Did you see this individual corresponding in time exiting the store as we saw him doing from inside?
You do. Luckily,
Where does he go?
So at this time of the day, at 4:30, luckily it's still light out, so the cameras aren't in night vision mode. You can discern colors, those types of things. There's a camera on the far west of the building that faces kind of northeast through the parking lot. Immediately after this individual leaves the big top, he goes out into the parking lot. And again, you can see the distinct silver Dodge Journey that belongs to Mr. Welch pull into the parking lot. That vehicle goes to the east side of the parking lot, stops, and the individual in the two-tone jacket here walks to that vehicle, gets in the passenger side door, and they leave the lot.
So I'll play exhibit 31. And exhibit 31 and 32 are very short clips.
So again, this is the parking lot of the big top.
So pause it there, and well, I didn't play yet. At which angle would you see this individual, or from what exit would you see this individual leaving? Well, actually, we'll hit play, and you tell me if you see him.
Okay. So that is the front door right there, and you can see dark on top, white on bottom, jacket. he's walking over to the silver Dodge Journey that's waiting for him over there. I'm not sure if it's in a previous clip or not, but you can see the Dodge Journey pull into the lot just prior to that.
And for the record, you're indicating the person that was walking from the right out of the store and then heading toward the vehicle on the right side.
That's correct.
You have 32.
Give that one a shot.
Thanks.
And we have 32. Again, a very short clip, 39 seconds. Can you indicate the vehicle that you were referring to?
So here is the silver Dodge Journey stopped right there.
Pause it.
Sorry.
Was it for that? Pause. And slow time. Bring my friend, please. At 16:36:49.
So again, silver Dodge Journey, this would be the driver's side door with the heavy damage. And it is very, I mean, it's a kind of a peculiar shape, but we can match that then to the Dodge Journey that we had at this time now in our custody. And it was comparable.
I have one final question for you. The prior witness, you weren't in the courtroom, but Officer Darian Adams was one of the canvassers, uniformed officers. She referenced in her testimony that she was canvassing the north side, and she was talking about 23 Canton. She also referenced potential video from 20 Canton, which would be on the south side. What, if any, video of evidentiary value was obtained from that address?
So there's several homes on Canton that had video systems. There's several homes in this neighborhood with video systems. The unfortunate thing is not all of them work and not all of them are real. We found there was a couple instances of that. There was a house across the street from 47 Canton that had cameras that didn't even work. I think it was 20 Canton also had cameras, but they didn't record, I believe was the scenario. Several of those were checked initially by officers that conducted that initial canvass, and then if need be, they were recontacted. But on Canton, the only video that we were able to obtain and that was useful was from 23 Canton, and then of course the business at Canton Division, and then at Holland Division again.
No further questions.
Mr. Kirkhoff, any questions for Detective Hall?
The video from 23 Canton only shows an individual running down the street, correct?
No, sir.
No?
There's a lone individual that runs on the north sidewalk, eastbound, not in the street though.
That does, okay, I'm sorry. It does not show that individual at 47 Canton, does it?
No, the camera at 23 Canton, as you guys saw, was not directed towards 47 Canton.
There's no way
it
you
was
can
to the
say
south.
this is the person that shot up 47 Canton.
That is not on view in the camera, no.
And people have a tendency to run from shots being fired, don't they?
That's accurate, yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Faber?
No redirect.
Okay, Detective Hall, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Brandon Romero.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Very good. Have a seat, please. Go ahead, Mr. Prevent.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may state to the court and the jury that this witness is also slightly out of order, but...
Trying to accommodate schedules. That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and also spell it for the record?
My name is Brandon Romero. First name spelling Brandon. Last name is Romero.
Thank you. How are you currently employed?
With the Grand Rapids Police Department.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently assigned to the Major Case Detective Unit.
And can you please describe for the jury what that means or what types of cases you generally investigate?
So the type of cases I generally investigate are violent felonies specific to murder, robberies, any weapon-related offenses, suspicious deaths.
How long have you been with the Grand Rapids Police Department?
Been employed with the Grand Rapids Police Department since December of 2017.
And did you have prior experience as an officer before that?
Yes, I did. I did approximately 5.5 years with the Mason County Sheriff's Office in Leadington, Michigan.
Did you have some involvement in the case for which we're here in court?
Yes.
When did you first become involved?
I would say early January of 2022.
Would that have been 2023?
Sorry, 2023.
January 2023, you first become involved in this incident.
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what your primary role in this investigation was?
So at the time of this investigation, I was assigned to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. With that being said, I was requested by detectives to assist them in this investigation, specifically to locate Mr. Newbern.
So at that point in time, was Keyante Newbern named as a possible suspect in this case?
Yes,
And as a result of that, did you attempt to locate him?
I did.
Were you able to locate him?
I was.
How did you do that?
So throughout this investigation, we were able to confirm a cell phone number specifically belonging to Mr. Newbern through several investigative means. With that being said, I was able to confirm that it was serviced by T-Mobile. From there, I drafted a search warrant to receive call detailed record information to include cell site location information, also known as pings for layman's terms. I drafted that search warrant and it was ultimately signed on January 5th of 2023.
And after that search warrant was signed, did you get regular updates from that phone ping?
Yeah, so once it's served to the carrier, it could be anywhere from, I would say, 20 minutes to hours to a day or two before the provider starts to provide the information to us when it comes to the cell site location information. So therefore, I do start receiving notifications from T-Mobile every 15 minutes, giving me an accuracy of where that phone may be at.
And as a result of that information, were you able to locate the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you locate him at?
I located him at 1013 Climax Street within the city of Lansing.
Was that his regular registered address?
No.
Do you know what his last known registered address was?
I believe it was in the 600 block of 36th Street Southwest, possibly 644, I believe it was.
Is that in the city of Grand Rapids?
No, it's in the city of Wyoming.
In the city of Wyoming. But you located him in Lansing.
That's correct.
Was that in a house, an apartment, or something else?
It was a house.
Do you know whose house that was?
Yes, so through the investigation, I was able to determine that residence belonging to, or being owned by his grandmother. And furthermore, an additional family member had been residing there, and I was able to physically see a vehicle in the driveway that came back registered to the family member.
So what is the first date that you actually observed the defendant at that address in Lansing?
That would have been on January 10th, 2023.
After you observed the defendant at that address in Lansing, what did you do next?
So once I observed him there was conversation with the lead investigators on this investigation on to how we were going to proceed next. Ultimately, a search warrant was drafted for the residence of 1013 Climax Street in Lansing, and the execution was done by the Michigan State Police.
Were you involved in that search?
Yes, I was.
Were numerous officers involved in that?
Yes.
During that search in this case?
Yes.
Can you please describe what those items were?
Yes.
Can you please describe what those items were as it relates to the defendant?
So specifically, once the house was secured by the tactical team, investigators moved into the house to conduct a search. I specifically conducted a search along with Sergeant Keith Hefner and Detective Knoxam on the second floor of the residence. It was a very large room, extremely cluttered, and within that room I located a Michigan ID that was kind of up on the, it's like a railing above, like the headboard of a bed. That ID was kind of in like a hand wallet, and it was the ID of Keyante Newbern. With that also said was a cell phone nearby resting on top of the bed. I believe there was some clothing that Detective Sergeant Hefner and others had located with some interest. It wasn't me directly. And then furthermore, I was also notified by Detective Knoxam that he had located an additional 2 phones, I believe, in an adjacent bedroom that appeared to belong to a child.
And was one phone taken or seized that appeared to belong to the defendant?
Yes.
And was that collected as evidence?
Yes, it was.
Was that collected and turned over for later forensic download of that phone?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to the admission, and I believe Mr. Kirkhoff stipulates to it, of People's Exhibits 48 through 49F.
Any objection?
No.
All right, very good. 48 through 49F are admitted.
Thank you. So first, I will show you Officer Romero, People's Exhibit 49A. Do you recognize what is shown here?
I do.
And what is that?
And that is the identification card belonging to Keyante Newbern.
Is that a photograph of the location where you found it?
Yes.
And is that at the house in Lansing?
Correct.
And next, 49B. And what is shown here in 49B?
Just a kind of the same photo, but stepping back a little ways towards like the foot area of the bed, back down towards the area in which I found the ID.
How about 49C?
It's an overall photo from, afar, I guess you could say, kind of just showing the overlooked area of what the bedroom looked like.
And how many stories or floors were at that house?
I believe 3, but I don't recall. I just remember going upstairs and I specifically concentrated on this room.
This is the main room that you searched.
That's correct.
And how about 49D? Is that just another view of that same room showing the area where you located the ID?
That's correct.
And 49E?
That's going to be the exterior of 1013 Climax from the road.
And 49F? What is shown there?
That's going to be the phone, well, there's 2 there, but the specific phone that's not lit up, I guess you could say, could be the one that was identified being Mr. Newbern's that was located in the children's bedroom.
It was located in a child's bedroom?
Yes.
Was that the room where the defendant had been staying?
No. Not to my knowledge. It did not have any of his belongings in there that I was told or that I saw.
And so the phone that we see in this photograph on the right-hand side that you indicated is kind of illuminated or lit up, that was not the phone associated with the defendant?
No.
It's the phone that we see in the middle of this picture, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 48 and 49. If you could just open those and let me know if you recognize them. And there's gloves there if you want them.
So here's a black, or it's actually bluer, an iPhone with a black cover on it. This to be the one that's non-illuminated.
Is that the actual phone that we see in the photograph up here in 49F?
That's correct.
And what you're holding in your hand, that's just for the record, that's People's Exhibit 48. could open this exhibit for the meeting.
Yes. So here in this exhibit, I have the wallet as previous showed, showing the identification card of Keyante Newbern. I also have a social security card, again in the name of Keyante Andrew Michael Newbern. And then also a certificate of live birth for Keyante Newbern.
And did you locate all of those items at the search of the Lansing house?
Yes, they were.
And do you recall the name of the other family member that you referenced that had been staying there?
Markela, I believe.
Was that Markela Newbern Bonds?
Yes.
And do you know what the relation was to the defendant?
I think it was a cousin, I believe, if I remember right. I know that during the search of the address in itself, the connection was a grandmother as ownership of the home.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kirkhoff, any questions?
No question.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, it's my understanding we have a final witness?
Yes.
All right, for the day, not for the trial, just letting you know. One final witness for the day.
I'll see what they're all. Thought he was getting here.
Okay.
Says she's a couple of minutes out, Your Honor. Might be a restroom.
Quick restroom break. Okay, why don't we have just a very short, like 5-minute break. Stacy will let you know when we're ready to go back, get back in the record, but we're gonna wait for our final witness here, okay? All rise to the exit of the jury, please. Okay, be seated. Anything else on the record in favor?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything on the record at this time, Mr. Kirkhoff? All right, let's keep it short, though. All right, thank you. They just said a few minutes, so.
spell your first and last name, please?
Sheila, oh sorry, Sheila Bro, Sheila
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Grand Rapids Police Department as a crime scene technician in the Forensic Services Unit.
How long have you performed that job?
Approximately 26 years.
Is retirement looming?
Hopefully.
I'd like to direct your attention back to late December of 2022. You were working in that capacity as a crime scene technician?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you become involved in the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 47 Canton Street Southwest?
Yes.
Two questions. What was your role and when did you first become involved?
The detectives asked me to process a vehicle that was transported to our garage at the police department. And so I processed that vehicle, and then I also collected some clothing and items from the autopsy.
The autopsy of Mya Kelly?
Of the victim, yes.
Okay. Which happened first?
The autopsy.
And you remember what day that was?
On the 27th of December.
Okay, so a day after
The incident, yes.
And did you ever go to 47 Canton yourself?
No, I did not.
So what did you collect, and was this at Blodgett, Butterworth?
At Blodgett, yes.
Blodgett.
1840 Wealthy, Southeast.
And now it's Corwell Health, but Spectrum?
Yeah, Corwell Health.
Okay. And what did you collect that had evidentiary value in terms of this case?
So what we collect is everything that they collect from the victim. So they take the photographs, so I collect the photographs from them, and I collect all the clothing, the personal belongings, and fingernail clippings, and any evidence they retrieve once they do their postmortem examination.
Okay, and so clothing, jewelry, were those standard items taken from?
Yes, anything that the deceased has on their person when they're transported to go to the morgue.
Did medical personnel find any weapons of any kind that you collected?
No.
In terms of either the external or internal examinations done during the autopsy, was any item of evidentiary value collected from the person of Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
What was that?
A projectile.
And you collected that personally and you placed it into evidence?
Yes.
And I would move to the admission of Exhibit 59.
Thank you. 59 is admitted.
May I approach this?
Yes.
Ms. Bro, take a moment to look at the envelope here.
So, yeah, this is our evidence envelope. We have barcodes, and it has the incident number and the address and my name and the description, the projectile from, I labeled it projectile from head.
Okay, and there's a biohazard sticker. What's the significance of that?
Biohazard, because it obviously would be biohazard because it came from a human head.
Okay, but that's the projectile that was recovered from Ms. Kelly?
Kelly, yes.
You can just set that down. With the biohazard sticker, I won't ask you this. So. Now, moving on, you mentioned that you were asked by detectives to process a vehicle that was in police custody?
Yes.
What detectives requested that of you?
Detective Wolf and Detective Bayless.
And what vehicle specifically was the focus of this request? And if I look at your report, would refresh your memory?
Yeah, that was a Dodge Journey.
Do you have a license plate number that's associated with the vehicle that was in police custody?
Yes, it was a Michigan plate EXP 9524.
And I would move for the admission of exhibits 56 through 58.
Any objection?
No.
56, 57, and 58 are admitted.
56 on the wall, that's the vehicle that you processed?
Yes, and it's located in our, we call it our forensics garage. It's just a small garage inside the Grand Rapids Police Department downtown.
And is this the driver or the passenger side?
It's the front passenger door.
Showing some damage?
Yes.
All right, 57. What angle, what are we looking at here?
And that's just more overall, showing the hood and the driver's side and showing like damage in the driver door area.
Did the driver door open?
It did not.
I'm not showing 58.
And then an overall view of more of the passenger side and showing some damage on that front passenger door.
Did you do a thorough search of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you find?
The only thing I found were some cell phones on the front passenger seat.
And were those given to detectives for further investigation?
Yeah, I marked them as evidence and submitted them to our mobile device analysis unit.
Was there any are you qualified to obtain or lift latent fingerprints?
I did process the vehicle for possible latent fingerprints. I did not find any on the vehicle.
Not a single fingerprint?
No.
Is that unusual?
No, it is not, and especially in winter time, it's not that unusual to not find fingerprints. It was, you know, I mean, I'm not picking on the vehicle, but it was a little dirty, and like in winter when you have the salt and dirt residue, it was not that unusual not to find a fingerprint on the vehicle.
Thank you, Ms. Broder, for the questions.
Mr. Kirkhoff, any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Bro, you are excused. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your attention today. We got through the opening instructions, opening statements, 13 witnesses. That's quite a bit. So we made good progress. We are on schedule, right, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So we'll see you tomorrow by 8:15. You guys are great. I know everyone is up here before 8:30. Please be prompt like you were today. I appreciate it. Just a reminder, do not review any publicity or TV reports or anything on the internet regarding this case. No internet research. Don't go to the scene. Do not talk to anyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. All rise for the exit of the jury, please. All right, be seated, please. We can do this on or off the record, doesn't really matter. Judges always think lawyers take too long to do stuff, no matter what it happens, really. No offense to anybody. I think the prosecution's done very well moving the case along. I think Mr. Kirkhoff's been very accommodating as well. I appreciate that. Would be too ambitious to think we could possibly get the evidence done tomorrow. Is that possible that we could line up those witnesses? I'm looking at, we did get 13 witnesses done today. I would think, you know, Mr. Welch will be a while. I don't know about some of these other people. You know, I just don't know whether a witness like Detective Hall, it took a long time, and then this bro took like 5 minutes. So I'm just wondering if that's even possible. If it's not, that's fine. But it also would help counsel, I think, because then all the evidence is in by tomorrow, and then they can prepare closing arguments for Thursday. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Faber?
I think it's possible to get through all but one witness, Your Honor, not because of time, but because former Detective Thomas Heikela is unavailable tomorrow. And
Okay.
we have him slotted for first.
And he's the cell phone guy, right?
It won't be terribly long testimony,
Okay.
but that would have to come in Thursday morning.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to, if you think we're moving along well, maybe we can get in Dr. Start in the afternoon as well as Detective Wolf. But we'll see how it goes. If we don't get it all done tomorrow or other than Heiko, that's fine. I just want to put that bug in people's ear in case we could get that far. That'd be great. If we can't, that's okay too. Okay, anything else on the record from the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from you, Mr. Kirkhoff?
No.
Great. See you bright and early tomorrow and see if we can get some real progress done tomorrow. You guys are great today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Possible, except for Heiko. Will be, but you know what, it's just so close. So anyway, we got 13.
Always.
Cool. So.
Right now on Morning News Now, Decision Day. This morning, voters in 5 states heading to the polls for primary elections as President Biden and former President Trump look ahead to November.
Our basic freedoms are under assault. Freedom to vote, freedom to choose, and so much more. My predecessor and his allies in Congress make no apologies for it.
And in battleground Ohio, a critical test for Mr. Trump and the GOP in a Senate race that could shift the balance of power in Washington. We'll break down the races and what is at stake. Meanwhile, more legal fallout for Donald Trump over his $464 million judgment in his civil fraud case. Why Trump's lawyers now say securing the money is a, quote, practical impossibility. Also, former Trump aide Peter Navarro set to start serving prison time over a congressional subpoena after the Supreme Court rejected a last-ditch appeal. We'll bring you the latest. And an important conversation that could save lives, why more young people are getting diagnosed with colon cancer and what you can do to stay healthy. Plus, early bloomers. Today might be the official first day of spring, but for many of us looking outside, the season might have started weeks ago. We will get to the root of it all and what it means as we look ahead to summer. There is some good news for you. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's off this morning. This morning, we're going to get started with these voters there in Florida, Arizona, Illinois, Ohio, Kansas. They are all headed to the polls to cast their ballots in their state's primaries. And while the candidates for the White House are all but decided, their presence will be looming large in some down ballot races. Perhaps nowhere more so than Ohio, where former President Donald Trump and the state's GOP establishment will clash in the battle to take on Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown in November. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, as always, great to see you. Thanks for being here. So help us break down this Ohio Senate primary. What do we need to know about the candidates, and what are you going to be watching out for today?
Yeah, Savannah, this is tonight's marquee primary contest in what could end up being one of the marquee Senate matchups in the fall. And this is the Republicans' opportunity to take on Sherrod Brown. And the top candidates are Bernie Moreno, who's been endorsed by Donald Trump, Matt Dolan, who has the endorsement from Governor Mike DeWine and a lot of the Republican establishment, as well as Secretary of State Frank LaRose. And the polling ends up showing, and it's not a whole lot of great polling in this contest, but a very, very close and competitive race, particularly between Dolan, who I said ended up getting the endorsement of Mike DeWine, and Bernie Moreno, who has the endorsement from Donald Trump.
Mark, Ohio's become this increasingly red state, right? But this primary race has become divisive within the Republican Party. Is there concern among the state GOP that they could be doing serious damage before this potential face-off we're talking about? And do each of these candidates stack up in that race?
You're absolutely right. This has been a very ugly and divisive primary contest. And Democrats actually seem to suggest that they think that Moreno, who has the endorsement from Trump, is the weaker candidate. They've actually been running ads trying to boost Moreno in this contest. But Ohio is a state that Donald Trump won by 8 percentage points in 2020. He also won it by 8 percentage points in 2016. And there is the sense that if Sherrod Brown is going to be able to hold on to his Senate seat, regardless of the opponent that he faces, he's going to actually have to win over Trump. He's going to have to end up having people who vote for Donald Trump in the presidential contest, but vote for him in the Senate. And that's going to be a tough situation for him.
So other than Sherrod Brown's race, what other races are you paying close attention to today?
There's some congressional primaries, Savannah, that we're watching. In Illinois, for example, there is another contest where the current Congressman Mike Bost, who has the endorsement from former President Donald Trump, is getting a challenge from his right from a candidate who was a failed gubernatorial candidate from 2022. We're also watching on the Democratic side, Democratic Congressman Danny Davis in Illinois 7 is getting a challenge from his left. And then this isn't one of the states that's holding primaries today, but in California, we're getting the primary for who will end up serving out the remainder of Kevin McCarthy's congressional seat. And if anyone in that contest gets more than 50% of the vote, they get to be seated immediately, which would bolster the Republicans' already fragile House majority.
All right, Mark Murray, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you. Well, here in New York, former President Trump's lawyers are asking an appeals court to temporarily suspend the $464 million judgment against him and his co-defendants in his civil fraud case while he challenges it. They say Trump will not be able to get a bond for the full amount by next week in order to be able to appeal. That's when New York Attorney General Letitia James can start seizing properties and assets if he doesn't come up with the money. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here on set with a closer look at this. Danny, good morning. So tell us more about Trump's filing yesterday and why Trump is having a hard time securing money to post a bond.
He's having a hard time because he doesn't have the money, and that's the problem. I mean, $450 million is something that if your business is not very liquid, in other words, if that money isn't in cash, you can't necessarily post the bond. The bond is designed to protect the plaintiff so that a defendant doesn't appeal for years and then spend all the money they should have been paying to the plaintiff. The problem is that Trump simply doesn't have the liquid. This is something that people like me and others have been saying for weeks now, which is he's going to have a problem coming up with that because we already know he had to finance the significantly less sum in the E. Jean Carroll case. He didn't apparently have the cash or all the cash for that. So, I mean, it's no surprise here that he can't find a company to finance it because it's just a gigantic amount of money.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the hush money case. There's been some activity here. Last week, the judge scheduled a hearing for March 25th, coming up here, to sort out issues related to last-minute evidence dumps. Yesterday, he also denied Trump's bid to prevent Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels from testifying. What do we need to know here? Walk us up to the latest. Are those details super important? How does that impact what's going to happen next?
They are motions in limine. That's what these are called. Each side files them, and they're really each side's attempt at pruning the tree before you get to trial. And there's some significant decisions in this sort of laundry list of motions that were decided. I mean, some of them are only a paragraph is devoted to them, but they quietly may be very, very significant. For example, the judge has foreclosed the Trump defendants from introducing evidence of Michael Cohen's lack of credibility in the eyes of federal prosecutors. That is a very significant decision. However, it doesn't prevent the Trump defense from introducing evidence of Michael Cohen's lack of credibility. But I think that had they been able to introduce federal prosecutors' opinion that Michael Cohen was not a credible witness, that might have been significant. But that's the way motions in limine work. There are several different issues on both sides that each side asks the judge to either prevent coming into the case or to allow into the case. And they quietly may have a major impact on the case ultimately, although they just don't seem to yet.
Let's talk through other cases here. The D.C. election interference trial, Florida classified documents, Georgia election interference trial. The former president and his team have been successful at delaying all of those. I mean, we don't really know what we're going to see and when here. Does this mean that we could be well into the presidential election season, if not potentially even after the election, before these get started? And what does that look like?
In 2023, at the end of 2023, I said a lot of these trials will not go forward until 2025. Everyone said I was out of my mind. I kind of agreed with them, but I stuck to my guns because I know that trial dates get moved. I can't tell you how often I get asked, what's going on with this delay? And my answer to what's going on is the same thing that's going on with all criminal cases. Unexpected things happen. Let me say two examples from just the last few months. If you'd told me in December of 2023 that a motion would be filed in the Fulton County, Georgia case that would derail it for 3 months based on a romantic relationship between prosecutors, I would have said that sounds nuts. But here we are. Things happen. And with these cases that are of such monumental importance, trial dates are going to get moved. That's why in 2023, it was reasonable to say that some of these cases not only would not get going until the election, but after the election and into 2025. And here we are. And of course, I couldn't point to a single thing that would delay it because you don't know what those things are. The prosecution romantic relationship motion, no one saw that coming. The hundreds of thousands of documents that the Southern District of New York apparently had, no one really saw that coming, although I argue that the party should have been aware. So you don't know, but delays happen.
All right. Danny Ceballos, who's usually right. We should always listen to you.
Not really.
Thank you so much. Good to have you with us. Meanwhile, a former top Trump White House advisor is set to start serving prison time for refusing to testify before Congress about his involvement in efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Peter Navarro, a trade advisor to the former president, was sentenced in January to 4 months in prison for defying a congressional subpoena. Navarro appealed the sentence, but yesterday, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts rejected his bid to remain free. He is set to report to federal prison in Miami later today. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. Ryan, good morning. Great to see you. So remind us how the issue got to the Supreme Court in the first place. Why was he subpoenaed to begin with? And then what was his reason for not complying in his defense?
Yeah, so back when Democrats controlled the House of Representatives and were running the January 6th committee, they subpoenaed both testimony and documents from Peter Navarro. And Peter Navarro sort of thought that these magic words, executive privilege, would sort of shut this whole thing down, even though he had written about January 6th and the lead up to it in his book, had spoken publicly, repeatedly about this. He said that, claiming executive privilege, he expected to shut this all down, and that's not really the case here. Even if he made that claim of executive privilege, or rather if the former president made that claim of executive privilege, he would still have to show up for that actual testimony, and he didn't here. He essentially just blew off the committee, and that's sort of what he expected to end this, but ultimately that's what got him convicted in court.